All right, we're live. And it is Tuesday, October 27th, 2020, the night of the last episode of season 6 of Survivor Pandora. We are so excited. It's going to be an epic night. And Justin, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling good. Obviously, every episode I'm a little stressed out. Just make sure like everything's going to go smoothly. All the rules have been articulated the way they're supposed to be, and all the challenges work the way I intend, and all that stuff. You always just hope that it all goes well. I'm really excited. I have no idea what's going to happen. I think, and what's funny is last season, I went into the finale kind of knowing what I thought was going to happen, and I was wrong. So kind of going into this one, not really knowing what's going to happen is really interesting. I'm really excited. I think there's going to be a lot of surprises tonight for both probably us and probably for the players, which would be great. I always love surprises. It's going to be really exciting, I think. I hope.
Yeah, we've just been talking online leading up to this night. We've been talking about who's doing what. One of the funniest things that's happened in the last couple of days is Justin's tree mail to the Merge tribe, which had the most hidden clue ever.
Yeah.
And it's been hysterical hearing people try to solve it.
Yeah, it's been really great.
And we finally got someone to solve it.
Yeah, the first 2 tree mails were pretty easy. Like they were pretty standard, I think, what you'd expect in an org to get for clues. One, just idle was spelt kind of vertically within some of the stanzas. And the second one had a bunch of numbers in it. And if you took those numbers and transferred them into letters based on the alphabet, then you could unscramble Pandora. So those 2 were pretty straightforward.
But this week's
this week, well, so what's funny is it comes from a season 5 player named Katie, who was one of my favorites. And I had a very similar tree mail go out to that group. And she thought that it meant that she had to message me at a specific time. And I was like, that is brilliant. That would be so much fun.
Yeah.
So for this one, the clue is essentially that only time will tell when Pandora's box is going to impact the game. And the only number in the clue was the number 6. Now, I did go back and realize that 1 is also in the clue. So I was like, well, if someone messages me at 6:01, it's fine. Because I was going to do a 5-minute gap anyway.
Yeah.
But I was like, what if someone tries to message me like 1:06? I'm like, uh-oh. So the intention was that they would get the idea that they have to message me at 6 o'clock on finale night.
And so we had someone do it, actually.
We did. So I'd always planned a second tree mail just in case no one got it. And people were messaging me like everything under the sun. And I was like, there's no way they're going to get this one. So I was like, all right, I'm going to do a morning of tree mail. So I did another tree mail this morning. And I mentioned the word time was in it like 3 different times. The number 6 was in it, I think, at least twice. Yeah. And so right at 6 o'clock, I think it was 6:01 technically my time. But I was giving a 5-minute window. Matt did message me that it's 6 o'clock and he wanted to go to Pandora, and that's all he had to do. So he did that. So he's the last Pandora trip of the game.
Of the game.
Pandora's
island.
I'm sorry. Pandora's like tree mail. We have one more. We do have one more. You're right, Hannah. Sorry. Hannah's like, I know you're wrong. We do have one more tonight. But he was the last tree mail based Pandora visit.
Okay, so should we talk about what he got and what in the game?
So he picked number 7, and number 7 was a force public vote. So similar to what Ty had to do in, I think it was episode 3, the start of last episode. He can force anybody to actually say their vote publicly. So what will happen is I will, right before we vote, he's got to message me. He knows that. At least I think he does. I should probably double check he does. He's got to message me before we vote. I will then tell that person they don't vote privately. Everybody else votes privately, and then he has to announce his votes before I read.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So that way, like, his public vote doesn't impact the way other people are voting, and he's got to kind of make a decision based on what he thinks is going to happen after everyone votes, right? Because in a way, like, if he were to say, I'm voting for Steve, right? That could trigger different things to happen. So we opted this time for it to go after the vote as opposed to prior to the vote. And maybe we'll maybe we'll change it.
Right.
But for this one, that's what we decided to do. So that is an advantage he has until the final four. So he can use it through final four tribal council, which could be really interesting. The only other two advantages in the game, Matt has one other one, being his 50-50 advantage that he got from Pandora. I feel like in episode 2, maybe. So at any tribal council, he can say he wants to play it up through the final 5. And I basically flip a coin. And if he calls it right, then he is immune for that tribal council. So that's pretty simple. And then the only other kind of real advantage in the game at this moment is Rachel, who has an idol that she's had from, I think, beginning of episode 2 or even
the
before
tree mail before episode 2.
Yeah. So she's had that one for a while. I think that definitely will probably come into play at some point tonight, especially if this first vote goes a little crazy. I'm sure she'll whip that thing out, no problem. But
I have a question from the audience.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let's say whoever ends up who has to say their vote publicly, if there is a tie, do they have to, and they vote again, do they have to announce their vote publicly during the tie as well?
Yes. So if their vote will be public for that tribal council. So in the event of a tie and they're one of the people voting, they would have to then vote publicly as well. Yes.
Okay. Very interesting.
Yep. I try to think of everything, but I'm sure I'll think of something that's going to go haywire. We actually just got some last minute thoughts from Matt, a video from Matt. So I'm very curious. You probably can't play it, can you? If I send it to you, could you play it?
Oh, I could totally play it. Is that okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
On the stream?
Yeah. Who's watching? Is anyone watching?
Who knows who will be watching in the future? All right, let's get this bad boy loaded up.
I did say the confessionals will be watched after the game. So as long as no one else has access to this right now, then we should be good.
Right. All right. I'm going to share my screen. Oh, this feels like I'm at work again. Working with. All right.
What's Trav doing? Oh, Travis is watching it, and he wants us to play it.
All right. Here we go.
Tonight's going to be the toughest night of Survivor Pandora Season 6. I feel like I have the opportunity to get to the end in any way that I want to. Basically, everybody kind of wants to work with me. I have my choice of all the options that I want to take. That puts me in a really bad spot, particularly as far as like trying to manage a jury, because people are going to feel burned by me no matter what I do, because I feel like everybody feels good about me and where I'm going to be voting with them as far as this last night of the game is concerned. I just have to do what I think is the best moves for myself. I'm second guessing a lot of my decisions. I don't know if I'm going to make the right decisions all the way through, but I have to do kind of what feels right. And I don't want anybody to feel slighted by the choices that I make, because I really care about everybody else that's in this final 7. Everybody is super awesome. I feel like everybody feels like they could work with me, and I feel like I could work with any of them. And any route that I take, I could do really good damage with any people that I choose to go to the end with, or that I choose to work with at this point in the game. But I have to go based on things that have happened in the game before, and just like what is going to be the right thing for me. So I hope I make the right decisions. I hope I can get to the end.
He's not going to tell us?
Yeah. Less than 30 minutes away from going live, so gonna see what happens.
Oh,
that's a tease, Matt.
That was the best confessional we could have at this moment.
I know. Well, I think it really speaks to probably how everyone's feeling, right? Like everyone's probably feeling something similar of like, they're probably regretting some decisions. I think that's kind of what the finale is known for, right? Is you're trying to set yourself up to win, but you also probably have a lot of connections and you're going to end up burning, multiple people really quickly. So you just have very little time to recover, anything like that, right? So, yeah.
Wow,
yeah,
that
very
was
curious.
Perfect last thoughts to hear before going into this episode. This first vote is all in Matt P's hands.
It is.
He holds the cards. He is weighing everything right now.
Yeah. Well, and I'm a little curious about Hannah, though, right? So Hannah, it definitely feels like Megs and Rachel are going to vote together, and Ty, John, and Joe are going to vote together. Hannah seems like a little bit of a wild card. I think she's going to vote with the girls, but I just haven't heard her clearly declare that. And then you have Matt P between those two groups. Should it be kind of truly men versus women? And Matt P is kind of right in the middle of those two factions, which is really interesting because we talked a couple of times throughout this game about how the women had a significant advantage at the merge, right? It was 8 and 4. So to have the 4, we did have Brendan go, but John came back in. So we're back to 4 men, and we're down to 3 women, right? So 5 women kind of went out. So yeah, kind of doing a quick, I'm just double checking that my puppy's not doing anything bad. Get out of your mouth. No. Hey. Hello. So doing a quick recap across. So Hannah's probably the biggest mystery for me right now. She has not really sent many videos. Her allegiances seem to kind of be wherever the power is going. But I don't know. Like, she could be, have her hitch tied to a wagon that I'm just not aware of. But she just hasn't been very forthcoming with her strategy and that kind of stuff. And it sounds like she's really focused on the first couple of votes, and not really thinking long game. Oh, that graphic was so helpful when I was doing the cast analysis.
Okay, here we go.
So that's kind of my read on Hannah. I think I'd be really curious what her case would be at the end, because she hasn't been very flashy. I don't know that I have one thing I can pull out to be like, that's Hannah's thing to talk about at Tribal.
And also, listening to other people's confessionals, we hear them mention Hannah offhand, but we don't hear them all about talking about Hannah this.
Right.
It's all like Megs and Rachel, Ty, John,
Right.
And there's only 7 of them. You'd think we'd hear more from her, but I think she's putting in a lot of work. We just are not hearing about it. Like ultimate UTR right now.
Right. Yeah. And if she can do that and get to the end,
we've seen it happen before.
And other people burn more bridges, she might have it. I think from Joe's perspective, he's kind of been the underdog. I think from early on in the first Nero tribe, he was kind of seen as, for some reason, like the strategist or the gamer or kind of the biggest threat. And so when the shakeup happened and he and Brendan were the minority, not only were they kind of coupled together as a power duo, but he was kind of seen as the bigger threat. And I think luckily, he was able to navigate himself to this point. So I think
Yeah. I just wanted to say we have a special guest joining us tonight.
Oh.
Should I go ahead and bring them in?
Yeah, who we got? Who's up first?
All right. We have legendary Queen from last season of Survivor Pandora.
Yes.
Welcome to Nell.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm cooling. I'm chilling. How is everything going with the new season?
Good. It's really good. So we're at finale night. We've got 7 left this time. So I think last season it was 6 when you guys went into finale night. Tonight it's 7. Wanted to add one more person, more options to kind of mix things up.
Cool.
So we're at the final 7. They don't know if it's a final 3 or a final 2. And I think everyone is counting on a final 3 right now. So you heard it here first. It is not a final 3. It will be a final 2. And I'm really curious to see how that plays out.
You love the final 2s, Justin.
I love the final 2s. I do. I love it.
They should have known when you're wearing your old school Survivor shirt that everything's going to be old school.
I give them hints. So we'll see how that goes. There's also a new twist being added in tonight. So right now there are 3 jury members. Getting to the final 2 will give us 5 more. So that would be 8.
Okay.
And so we'll have 8 jury members, and then whoever wins the final immunity gets a special power to add.
Take out a jury member?
No, to add anybody that's been voted out that's not on the jury as a 9th jury member.
Massive.
Justin.
Massive.
So now not everybody is able to join tonight. So unfortunately we won't be able to pick from all. I think there's 8 people that are eligible. It's really only people that can join. But it'll be up to them if they want to pick someone they think.
Here's our fallen comrades.
These are our fallen comrades, right? So it'll be up to them if they want to pick someone they think that will vote for them, or think that someone that won't vote for the other person that they picked to bring to the final 3, or pick someone that's maybe a little bit of a wild card, right? If they pick someone like Bill, who was out pretty early, that could be good. It could be bad. It could be someone that, they haven't heard much. They haven't seen much of the game. So they really are going to rely solely on the final 2's cases. And that could be a good thing. They haven't been burned too badly by probably the final 2.
So, that just highlights the need to play a clean game from start to finish, because listen, if you sent out people pre-jury any kind of way, That does
Yeah.
not work for you.
So Chanel, talking about this like final episode tonight, you know,
Yeah.
this is a crazy night. What do you like think about from like the last episode you played of this game, and how crazy it is, and making it to final 2 and losing by 1 vote? What are your thoughts?
You know what? This is my thing that I've noticed because I've played another Survivor game since. I always, at some point during the game, have an emotional outburst at Tribal that does not bode well for me at some point. Thinking back to Miranda, my Miranda out like, you know, whatever outburst, and she did not give her vote, even though she probably would have given it to me before.
Yep.
So I mean flashbacks of that, but like, I mean, like for me, learning, like, just keep me a cool head. I talked to people after. I was allegedly not given votes because I wasn't humble enough. So remembering that the people that you voted out, you still gotta make them feel good. You know, you still have to make sure that they like you enough to give you their vote and want you to win, regardless of how good you think your game was. So like, man, I mean, I'm hoping that whoever is the front runner to win this keeps that in mind. I'm personally rooting for Can I say?
Yeah, go for it.
I'm rooting
bring
for
him back up.
because he has the same last name as me.
Do you know him outside of the game?
No, I don't. I mean, he played with me in another game, but I didn't meet him. He was on the other side of the game, of the tribe, and he was a pre-merge boot, so I never met him. But
he is so much fun.
Is he? I love it. I love it. I knew it.
and one of the reasons I wanted Chanel to join us too is she does know Megs, right? I think didn't you play with Megs before, Megan?
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I've only played 2 games. Your game was my first game. And then I played one other game.
We talked about this. Maybe not.
No. I don't know Megs.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
You know, it was D.
That's it was D. Got you.
Played with Megs. Now I'm mixing everybody up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really interesting. We were kind of just going through the cast assessment right now. So kind of to fill you in a little bit, Chanel. So right now it's looking like there's a few things that could happen. I don't want to burst your bubble here, but there's been a lot of talk of Ty going first in this round. It's been a lot of talk of it. But even in the last few minutes, we've been receiving new confessionals that things are changing right up to the last minute. And Ty may have worked himself out of that situation.
And Matt, we believe, is the swing vote now.
Yeah, we think Matt is where it all sits on. So Matt is a former Sequester player. That's where we poached him from. He is wonderful in so many ways, and he's really wrestling right now between his head and his heart. We just watched a little confessional of his that, you know, his heart says he wants to keep Meg in the game, who he likes, but his head is telling him he can't beat her at the end. And the rest of the boys are trying to get Megs out now because she is the strongest contender.
Go with your head. Go with your head. Go with your head always. Listen, I always say you don't come and you don't play Survivor. Like, yes, you want to make friends. Yes, you play a really fun game. But like, man, you want to win. You want those jury votes. That's what it comes down to. So like, for me, he should play with his head always.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what he does. I truly do think it's going to fall on him. We were just saying we haven't really heard too much from Hannah. She's probably been fairly quiet. She's been pretty quiet. Hasn't sent a ton of confessions.
Is she playing like a Michelle-like game? Like, is she quiet but like silent but deadly?
She could be. I mean, I'm trying to remember now. I feel like my memory's all fogged, but I feel like she has won an org in the past, and I feel like I saw her name on a list, and that's why I reached out to her. I'm pretty sure that's where she came from. And so I was expecting someone that's going to come in really fiery and like kind of, have that winner's pride and winner's kind of clout. But she's been pretty quiet and under the radar, and maybe that was her strategy the first round, first go round. So we're not really sure what to expect from her tonight. It could be really interesting. I don't know what her nugget is to talk about at the end if she does make it there.
Yeah.
Joe's kind of been underdog, kind of picked as an early threat, and then. But he's very sweet. I think he's from Tennessee. Is that right, Hannah? Tennessee. And just
from Philly.
And then from before that.
I'm pretty sure.
But just a super nice guy. He said he played orgs back in the MySpace days.
Maybe
wow.
But it's been a while since he's played. And he's definitely, I think, overcome the most in terms of just trying to like get back in the game because he was picked as a threat so early. John is our returnee. So this season on Pandora's Island, everybody that was voted out got to stay on Pandora's Island and fight their way back into the game. So John just re-entered the game as of the end of last episode. So he's had to work to kind of find his cracks and figure out where he can fit in.
Chanel, would you ever vote for someone who's come back from Edge of Extinction?
It'd be really, really hard. That was what I was thinking. It would be really hard to vote someone who hasn't had to like fight through 3-4 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And like I admire that gameplay because that's all you have, right? It's not your fault that you were gone. But like, man, you'd have to like go to fire. You'd have to like, kind of do what Chris Underwood, I think his name is.
Yep.
What he did, go to fire. You have to really prove yourself almost at every turn to really show that you deserve to be there. But I mean, like, man, if I was playing this game and I like was skating through by the skin of my teeth every round and someone got to skip those rounds, I'm like, come on, it's hard. It's hard.
I know.
Yeah. John will really have to talk about his game on Pandora's Island because he was able to decipher a couple clues and figure out an advantage, which is what got him back in the game.
Nice.
The whole reason that he was out was because he got idled out by somebody. So he was the sole vote by that one person who idled him out,
Cool.
right? So he's got a story there. And I think if he can say that he came back into the game and fought his way through these next few rounds, and he's just so likable, I think he has a shot. What's tough in this online version is there isn't that opportunity to kind of do the fire thing that Chris Underwood did, right? So I think he does have to make some critical moves in voting out some big threats to say, I took out that person.
Yeah.
And kind of own those moves. But I think you're right. I think it's going to be really, really challenging. And I think that's certainly something I want to ask him at Tribal is do you think you have a shot with being kind of a returnee, right? How are you going to build that case?
You also have to think about jury too. Like, is the jury bitter? Are they, are they,
right.
Where's their head at? Are they looking at game? Are they looking at like, all you guys voted me out and John didn't? It's like so many things you have to really consider.
And they kind of see themselves in him. Maybe if they also had a chance of coming back in, they're like, he's doing what I wanted to do. Here's the jury.
Yeah, so he could have 3 votes in his favor, right? Because he didn't vote any of those 3 people out. And they all had that time on Pandora's Island to talk, and they were all rooting each other on and said, whoever goes back in there, give him hell, right? And so he could already have 3 jury votes in his favor.
He could have an edge.
So we talked a little bit about Matt. I think Matt truly is in kind of a great swing position. But even in his confessional, he did talk about the fact that could be a good thing because he's got a lot of options, could be a bad thing because it means he's going to burn a lot of people, right? Because they all think they're working with him.
I think that Matt could, I totally see him making it to the end, but I also can clearly, I really hope this doesn't happen. I could see him getting cut at that final 3 spot. If he doesn't win immunity, I see someone picking someone else over him. Just know if they're aware of what a big threat he is. So
that's always the trouble when you're like that in that swing spot is you have 2 groups of 3 people who are tight. And like neither group would really take you past that 4. So you have to win or you have to be able to plant really good roots really quickly with and break in that alliance really. That's a hard thing.
Yeah, and he's got his own roots going too right now. So
he's got a lot of roots.
He's got a lot going on.
Am I hearing? Is he a messy player? Like, what's he doing?
I think he's actually very clean, but I think he is we're listening to the confessionals. Everybody trusts him. Everybody loves him. I think there are a few people that do see him as a big threat, but everyone, like even Megs was saying, I would go to the end with Matt and try to beat the best, right? Like he's that good that he's convinced people that that's the way that they should go. I really, really like his gameplay, and I think he's really, really smart. He's got a lot of charm. He's just a really nice guy.
This episode, though, it could get messy. I think it's going to get messy. That's for sure.
I think Megs, so from my perspective, Megs has been like the most, I think, strategic and analytical player. She sent me like spreadsheets of with all these different tabs of like all the challenges, what happened, all the different alliances and relationships, like a murder board thing. Like she is really like deep dive into the game. Like she'll send me pretty much confessionals every day. She's sending me these big, long text messages of all her strategic thoughts. And she said that she really wants to apply for the game and is really using this as an opportunity to kind of study how these things work. So I think she is a really good shot if she can make it to the end. I think she's just creeped over the edge though now, where people see her as a big threat. I think she's doing a pretty good job hiding, but
I always admire people who can create those spreadsheets and are super analytical about the game, because like for me, my mind just does not work like that. Some people have the boots planned out down to 4, down to 3. Like some people have all those things like it's crazy. And I'm like, how does your brain function like that? Like I can only think from week to week,
right.
Or even like 2 weeks ahead. But I admire that. That's amazing, honestly.
And then with Rachel, so Rachel is like, when you hear her talk in the game, she is like the sweetest person. She's like this like sweet Southern belle. I don't think she's from the South, but she sounds like it. And she's just so like gentle. And then like you realize that the things that she's saying in her sweet voice are like, I'm going to kill them all. Like she's very cutthroat and like such a good player, but she's so sweet. Like when you just hear her talking, she's just like, well, I'm probably gonna have to vote out this person. And she's just like, she's really like, I think she's really good at the game. Hannah knows her. She was pretty new to Survivor, right? Like
yeah, this is her first game ever too.
Yeah. And she's the only person going into the game as of right now that has an idol, which is really important. She only gets to use it the next 2 rounds. So I hope she does use it and uses it appropriately. But I think she has a good shot. I think people are seeing her and Megs as a power duo right now. And that could be what bites her, because I think the guys are like, oh, they're too tight and we got to break those 2 up. So it really kind of depends. If those 2 are broken up, how does Rachel or Megs, either one, how do they recover after that? And can they find a way in if one of them goes? And Rachel's idol might be the answer to that, right? If Megs goes, she knows she's got to use her idol next time and take out somebody. And hopefully she hasn't told anybody. I think she's told Meg she has the idol, but I don't think anyone else knows.
I have heard that Matt knows. We have not heard in his confessionals at all that he knows. So
he didn't tell me that. Yeah.
I feel like that's the cardinal sin. Like when you're,
I know.
like don't tell people you haven't.
Don't tell anyone ever. Future players, just don't tell anyone. You can always find a lie. You can always be like, I got it right before the episode started or something. You can always find a lie.
Yep.
Dude, don't tell anyone that you have an idol. What's wrong with you?
That's why you have to subtly be like, hey, just give me a heads up if you think I'm getting any votes. All right, just let me know.
Right. Like I just want to know. I don't want to be surprised. Like whatever you can throw in there. But like, geez, like, whoo.
Yeah. And then we have Ty, who I think I love him to death, but I think if we had to pinpoint like a villain right now in the game, like I think he's kind of playing that role. I think and I love it, right? Like I think at the beginning of the week, it seemed like he was going to be the first one out. I think he's worked his magic, and I think people might see him as someone to bring to the end because he's maybe been a little bit more villainous. And when we did the touchy subjects challenge, there was a question about who's been the most shady. He was that person. Who do you trust the least? He was that person, right? Like he got a lot of the bad ones, which could be a good person to bring to the end with you, right? So I'm wondering if people are starting to see that.
The target on him is so high, right? So big that if he does make it to the end, that's like you have to give him a vote because it would be a miracle if he made it. So.
I love a villain. I love it.
I love them. Yeah, it's the best way to play. I just played a Big Brother game and I was absolutely a villain and I was hated and it was just so much more fun. I'm just not good at being fake and nice.
Like whatever. And also, it makes it so much more fun. Just like you said, like whatever. That's so funny. I love it.
So that's a quick cast assessment. And so we've kind of touched on what people have or advantages. The Zoom just opened up. We've got Ty has already entered.
Ooh.
So
are you giving out any more idols?
So there's one more trip to Pandora.
And she says giving out idols.
Not giving out, but like, are you offering?
Yeah.
Right.
So there's one more trip to Pandora, which could be an idol, it could be a bunch of other things as well. And it'll go to the 6th person to enter for season 6. We're doing 6. So 6th person in the Zoom. So Ty is out of the race.
Right.
So we'll see who gets it. But it'll be one more trip, but it could also be they have the option to open the box or not, because it could be that they lose their vote the first tribal council. It could be that they have to sit out of the next immunity challenge, right? So it's up to them. Chanel, I think you missed it. Ty just asked if you could claim something. No.
For me, I always say open the box, take the risk. I mean, it could screw you over, but it could also be like fucking game changing. So like,
You have to. Yeah,
Right.
you have to.
Yeah. So right before, so the last tree mail clue, Matt figured it out, and he went to Pandora's Island. He did take the risk, and he now is able to force someone to actually voice their vote publicly versus privately. So they actually have to say their vote in front of everybody, and he can use that through the final four. So.
Wow.
Yeah, so we'll see if he uses that, how he uses that. I think for Matt, it was really he wanted to make sure no one else got it. I think that was his bigger thing, to make sure to kind of limit the amount of risk and chaos that could ensue. So we've got Hannah, we've got Ty so far.
That's kind of epic if you like don't know if you can fully trust someone.
Yep.
Dude, so wait, do they like have to like are they told beforehand like your vote is going to be like public?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So essentially, I'll say Pandora's box was open. You have to say your vote publicly. Everyone else is going to vote, and then when they're all done, you have to state your vote publicly.
Wow.
This is actually something Hannah recommended to throw into the game. So that's
a good one, Hannah. That's a great one. That's a game changer.
Yeah.
Game changer. Okay.
It's actually Ty already had to do it. Ty, someone used it on Ty.
And it was so interesting. It was really cool how like. Before he said his vote, like he has this whole like monologue about, I really am going to do this because blah, 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 blah. It's really cool to hear a vote in that way that you never see publicly. You see it, on the show. But
yeah. Sheesh. This sounds like a very interesting season. I'm so curious to know who wins. Like,
yeah, I think it could really be anybody. I mean, now that we've had 3 female identifying winners and 2 male winners, I'd love to see another male winner. But I think anybody, it'd be really fun to see.
Chanel, if you had to pick, so you're picking Ty to win. Is that what you're going for today?
I'm always gonna go with the villain.
All right, so we got Chanel picking Ty. Justin, make your claim right now. Who's winning tonight?
Really?
I know. I feel the same.
Like, I feel like it's gonna be Matt. Like, I feel like Matt's gonna find a way to pull it out. I think he's gonna be able to stab people in the back and still.
And they're gonna say thank you.
And they're still gonna vote for him. I think.
You know what? He's gonna stab people in the back, but then the side that he stabbed, they're still gonna need him. So they're still gonna need to work with him.
Yeah.
That's literally gonna be it.
Yeah.
And I'll pick Rachel as my winner pick. My girl Rachel's gonna do it.
Up, Hannah.
I think she can do it.
I think she could too.
It's gonna be whoever ends up in the final tribal. All of them have a great case to win right now. Like that is, I cannot. This final tribal is gonna be amazing.
Yeah,
nice.
I do think Rachel has to find a way to separate herself from Mags a little bit and claim some of her own moves. Yeah. I do think Hannah's going to really have to make a couple of big moves, as will John as the returnee. I think those guys have to make some big moves because the other 4 players have just been so flashy. And I think we'll see.
Now, do you guys do this? Do you guys do this for every season, like at the finals?
This is the first time we did every episode this season. So Hannah's, we're taking on a little bit more every season. We're trying not to go too crazy, too fast. But so we've been doing some commentary before every episode. And I think actually Hannah's been doing some during the episode.
I've just been jumping on and talking. Should we send Chanel the YouTube link? She could pop in every once in a while tonight.
Yeah, I mean, she can stay on here as long as she wants. Can she watch from here, or does she have to watch the YouTube?
Yeah, you could watch from I'll put you in the background, and you could just watch, or I can also send you the YouTube link so you can watch if you want.
Yeah, whatever.
Send me do both. I'm gonna watch. Okay.
Okay.
Send it to YouTube, and then I'll pop back in here at 8. Does it start at 8?
Starts at 8. Yep.
All right, I'll pop back in and send me the YouTube because I'm curious. All right.
You have to make sure that you don't get too upset because we will have an appearance by season 5 winner.
Shout out to Bex. Shout out to Bex. Love her. Great job. Shout out to her. Love it.
But always, I'm so glad you were able to join us for a little bit. It's always fun to hear your perspective and talk about the game with you. So thanks for jumping in.
All right, cool. I'm gonna be watching you guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
But thanks for coming. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and just put the screen on the Zoom, and we'll just be chill. I'll just have it playing until the game starts, or you want to talk some more? Or?
We can talk a little bit more. I have till about 7:50.
Okay.
I just got to keep an eye on the Zoom, but I'm here. I don't know what else. I don't know if there's really anything else to talk about.
I know sometimes it was like at 7:30. You're like, all right, gotta go. So
yeah, no, not until the sixth person comes in, then I'll have to pop out and do Pandora's Island one last.
Okay, so we can wait till the sixth
I
person.
was hoping we would have
That's
season 1 winner Travis Velez here. So hopefully he'll make an appearance at some point.
He literally just said, "Talk about me."
And I think
let's talk about the growth of this game, Justin.
Yeah.
I just feel like there is no other game like this one. Like this is such a great combo of the sequester idea of a one-night game, sequester mini, but it's also a month-long org.
Yeah.
So
I think when we first started, right, this was a way to kind of just have some fun during the pandemic. Sorry, we just have two more people join, so I'm just adding them in. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got Megs and Matt.
Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous about who's going to be the sixth.
So this all, hello, Matt. This all started as just like a fun way to kind of get out of the pandemic madness. And I didn't really expect it to become much. And it was like, we did it like over, I think was it a Saturday, Sunday? I can't even remember.
Right.
Oh, there they are, nervous and waiting.
Right.
But we did it over the weekend, and we made it short chunks. I think it was a little bit of Friday night, a little bit Saturday night, and then a little bit on Sunday to allow people to still have their weekends. But we did. There he is, and we made it season 1 winner, Travis.
Oh, good old season 1. We've come so far.
We have.
Right. What were you saying, Justin? Sorry.
No, I was just saying.
Oh wait, why don't we talk about how far we've come with the Immunity Idol? Because season 1, you hit it on your Facebook page.
I did. And
that's cool.
That was the worst decision of my life because Travis is one of the few people that got notifications for my updates, and so he got it right away. And I was like, well, I guess I can't do that again.
Patrick, where did you get Patrick from?
Guys, it's down to Joe and John to get the last.
Come on, Rachel.
Rachel jumped in already. So.
Oh man.
Down to Joe and John. Who will it be? But yeah, so after running 3 seasons of kind of the weekend games, and then the second chance was a weekend game, the weather started getting nicer, pandemic restrictions were loosening up, and I said, it's gonna be really hard to get people to commit to a weekend. So we tried this format of 1 night a week on a Tuesday, because what else are you gonna do on a Tuesday night?
Watch Bachelorette.
Yeah,
no.
I thought that was Monday nights.
It was until Dancing with the Stars.
Oh, got it. And I really love this format because I think it really allows for a lot of things to change week to week, right? So in a weekend game, you don't have a ton of time to make big moves or convince people of strategy and kind of see the tide turn. But both the last 2 seasons, we've seen significant changes over the course of that week with people being able to strategize in between. And of course, it puts a little bit more stress on the players to have so much longer to play and more commitment to their phones and to their messaging and to their video calls. But I think it just allows for a deeper game and a more thorough strategy. So I'm just sorry. I'm very distracted because I'm trying to make sure I don't miss who the next person is.
Right.
Joe or John. I think Joe needs it more than John does. So, fingers crossed that Joe gets it because I think it could help mix up the game. Oh my God, I'm also terrified that I'm off mute. But I know,
I keep on checking. Justin, I'm going to send you the YouTube link. Can you send it to Chanel?
Oh, sure.
There you go. Okay.
You mean you're not friends on Facebook?
No, I don't know. She's gonna be like, "Oh my gosh, are you the Hannah that's playing this game?" And I'll be like, "No, everybody thinks I'm the Hannah that's playing this game right now." Oh, interesting. Rachel just texted me. She said, "Dang, I was trying to be the 6th person on." So someone must have told her about that.
So it could be. So Susan definitely knows. So I don't know if she told her at some point. Sorry,
Matt knows about that.
Matt could know, yeah, but Matt jumped on pretty early. So if he was trying to be 6,
I know, right? Well, yeah, that is true. Maybe he didn't pay attention. Anyways, who knows? But
But yeah, Travis, from your perspective, like what are the biggest differences you've seen in the game from the season you won handedly to now?
There's a lot of twists and advantages. Although we did have a lot of twists like the merge.
Yeah.
Because like you had the multiple immunity winners, you had the Big Brother round without a veto.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Then it was basically just a lot of the rounds with multiple immunity winners.
Yeah.
That was like the big twist.
Yeah. And there's not as many of those this season. There is one coming up. I think the game. We're doing the Connect Four again, which could have up to three immunity.
Okay, there was the one where the other tribe voted out someone on your tribe.
Yes, which did not go down well. So I've never done that.
No, it kept my majority.
So I have not done that again because that did not go well. We used to do the drag, right? So we used to have someone get voted out and then take someone out of the game with them. We've slowly removed that from the game too. But I might bring it back one day because I still love it.
Justin's personal experience with the drag.
Yeah, exactly.
Once you experience a drag, I have experienced it as well. It's awful.
Yep.
So Trav, I'm very curious about your perspective on a winner, just because I think going into last season with Becca and Chanel, I think we all went in thinking Chanel probably had it, just because Becca played a much more under the radar game and she presented her case very well at the end. And I think Chanel maybe did, as she said, burn some bridges emotionally with some of the juror members. I think your season is another one that I felt like Zach maybe played a little bit harder and you were a little bit more under the radar. And so do we think is that the way to, I'm trying to think through the different winners. I think Sarah was pretty much a power player in season 2. So I think she was kind of more of a front runner. I'm trying to think, season 3 was Jessica, who's definitely under the radar. And then Matt J, I don't know what I'd consider him in season 4 with a second chance. Definitely was probably a little bit more under the radar. So do we feel like under the radar? It's Joe. Joe's got it.
Let's go, Joe.
All right, so I have to go deal with Joe for a minute, but I'll pop back in if I have time. I may not have time. But
well, I have not eaten dinner tonight, so That's what I probably need to do.
Good luck, y'all.
All right, well, I'm going to just put the stream on. Keep us posted with what Joe gets.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay,
Bye.
Bye guys.
they will be the ones casting the vote for the winner. Hold on one second. Apparently the stream is not having sound right now, so we're just going to hold off 1 second. I think I mentioned this, but all the episodes were recorded. We did some commentary on some of them. So you can always go back and watch them. You'll be able to see some challenges. I think you can see most tribal councils. I'm also going to upload some of my favorite confessionals. I'll certainly ask you if there's any confessionals you don't want posted. So if you said anything nasty, I won't post them. But it helps kind of give you some perspective on the whole game. But you can watch that if you'd like. All right, sound is good. Okay, great. And then there's you guys. Here you are, final 7. I'm just going to go around really quickly and check in with every person in no particular order. How you're feeling, what your thoughts are. Obviously, you probably don't want to reveal too many things, but I'll ask some specific questions. I'm going to start with John. It only makes sense after being the returnee from Pandora's Island, being back in the game. How has the week been for you, trying to kind of reintegrate into the group?
Yeah, I was really excited on Tuesday when I got back in the game. It was like a big adrenaline rush. But then once that kind of subsided, I got a little bit nervous because I felt like I would kind of be the easy vote coming back from Pandora's Island. So this week, I was really trying to make sure that wouldn't happen. And I'm excited, but also, I'm still cautious, who knows what will happen tonight.
Right. So I'll go next to Rachel. Rachel, did you ever expect that you would be here towards the end of the game? Is this kind of what you were anticipating? Do you feel confident you would have made it this far, or is this a shock for you?
I'm shocked. I didn't think I'd make it this far. My goal was just to get through episode 1, although it's been a blast making it this far, so I'm really excited. I really love our group of people that we have, so.
Nice. And Ty, how about for you? How's this week been in terms of strategy? I think one thing that's different, I think I mentioned, is we used to run this game just over a weekend. So there was very little time to kind of strategize between episodes. It was basically a Friday night, a Saturday night, a Sunday afternoon. So you had very little time to strategize. Do you think the week has changed things?
When I signed up, I didn't think we would be talking so much throughout the week. I thought everything would just be on Tuesday, including the strategy part of it. So when I found out quickly that was not true, I kind of realized the first week I wasn't talking enough to people, and then the second week I picked it up a little more, and then this week I was a little more quiet and kind of picked things up towards the end. I don't know how much conversation was going on, but it seems like everyone else told me the same thing, where things are pretty quiet. So I'm hoping that's true and that I wasn't just left out of a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Hannah, as you look at kind of the jury and you start thinking about the end game, are you thinking about who you can beat at this point? Are you thinking about kind of who you have the best chance to kind of ride the rest of the game with? What's kind of your end game? And obviously I have to say too much, but are you thinking about kind of end game in that way?
No, honestly, I've been a mess that way because it makes me kind of sad to think about endgame, if I'm being totally honest. I don't want it to end, and also I don't want to have to vote all these great people out who are left. So I've mostly been focusing on our first vote tonight and maybe the second as well, and then I'm just going to let the chips fall how they may and hope for the best for myself.
All right. And Megs, it's been pretty funny with some of the discussion around the tree mail that came out on Sunday. How much has kind of the tree mail and kind of all the kind of the stuff you can't control, how much has that kind of filtered into your mind and into your strategy?
Well, it makes me freak out, but then I have to realize that the survivor gods don't care about any plans I make. So you just have to just roll with it and just adapt with everything that comes with either the tree mail, Pandora, hidden idols, whatever it may be. You just, you can't plan for it. You gotta be able to adapt.
Yeah. Cool. And Matt, coming into this game, do you think you played the way you expected to play, or has kind of your strategy and kind of the way you were going to play the game had to change?
I feel like it's had to change throughout the game. Like, I mean, particularly early, I didn't expect to go to as many tribal councils as I did, so that was not ideal. And I had to play pretty much a lot of games to get to this point. Like, I had to do a lot of votes. I think I'm pretty responsible for a lot of people that went out of the game at this point, which is difficult. I was really worried last week when I knew someone was coming back in the game, because it was like, everybody that went out was probably something that I did. So I've had to change kind of the way that I want to play, but I pretty much stayed true to my core gaming values, which is just being loyal to the people that I say I'm going to be loyal to, and just locking in with people that I want to work with, and doing the best that I can to get to the end with the people that I really, really want to get to the end with at this point.
So Matt brings up a good question. Is this about kind of getting to the end with people that you think you can beat, or people that you just enjoy and want to be with? What's kind of going on in your mind?
Yeah, I think it's tough. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can look at it. I think, like Hannah kind of said, this week was really about just trying to get through these first couple votes. And then, we don't know what's going to come our way with the challenges, twists, Pandora, and all that. So, I think it's good to keep things in mind with kind of how you want the end game to go. But, we all want to get there first and foremost. So I think it's just getting through these first couple votes and then going from there.
Gotcha. Well, great. So one of you will join the ranks of our winners. And with that, I have a special guest joining us. So joining the Zoom now, I think it's coming slowly. There we go. Joining the Zoom now, I believe, is our season 5 winner, Becca. There she is.
Hello.
So Becca's here to just give you some wisdom of kind of what she kind of was thinking going into the finale, and how she was able to pull off the win. So whatever advice you have, Becca, a minute or two that you can impart.
Right. Make it quick. So I would say for the finale, just keep up what you've been doing. If you made it here, you've been doing a pretty good job. You really got to make sure you think not just for the next vote, but for the next however many votes, because as you guys know, this is pretty fast. It's slow for a week, and then it all smacks for an hour and a half, and it's boom, boom, boom. So you just gotta make sure you're thinking ahead. Don't just think right away, and stay true to yourself. And if you get to the end, even if you feel like you don't deserve it, just honestly, confidence, guys. Fake it till you make it. You did something to get there. Everyone who's at the final tribal deserves to be at the final tribal. So speak up for yourselves. Make sure you're speaking up, and may the best man win.
Awesome. I don't know if you'd want to ask them in open forum, but does anybody have any questions for Becca that you'd like to ask in public? No? I'll ask you a question, Becca. Going into the finale, I think you might have been a little bit of an underdog. I think, the person that you were up against played a flashier game, a kind of a bigger game, was, I think, kind of more of a force in a lot of things. And so what was your strategy as you did your final speeches and answered your questions to kind of make sure that your game was put out there for the jury to see?
I think something that I made sure to do is I really made sure to just really speak the truth and kind of project the things that I knew I did well. So I know okay, maybe I didn't do this, maybe I didn't do this. Don't talk about what you didn't do. Talk about what you did do. Speak about the things that you were okay, well, that was good. I did that. That was a good thing to do. Don't ever interrupt the person against you. Don't ever try to outspeak the person next to you. Just keep speaking to what the jury asks you. Speak to when it's your turn to speak. It shows a lot. So
awesome. Well, thanks for joining, Becca. I think Becca's going to join
for having me.
Hannah on our
on our commentary channel. She'll be, I think, watching a little bit and commenting on what she sees if she's able to. I know she's on West Coast time, so she's kind of just in the start of her evening.
I'm free.
Feel free to join. Becca, did I send you the StreamYard? I didn't. I'll send you the StreamYard right now so you can go visit Hannah and comment with her as much as you'd like. But yeah, it was great to have you here, and you're passing your crown on to one of these fine 7. And, you know, maybe you'll see them one day in a Winners at War, you know? So remember Becca's face.
Yes. All right.
Thanks, Becca.
Good luck, guys.
All right. Moving right along into our first immunity challenge of the night. Isn't everyone excited? Everyone pumped? Everyone ready? So this is called Devil in the Details, and this is how it will work. You're gonna have roughly 30 seconds to look at a photo. Your hands have to remain above the screen, so no note-taking, no screenshots, no taking photos, all right? And then I'm gonna take away the photo and ask you a question or multiple questions about that photo. The first person to answer correctly by typing their answer publicly in the main Zoom chat has a choice. They can either take a point for themselves, or they can remove a point from one other player's score. So if you want to take a point for yourself or remove somebody else's points. Right? You only get one guess, so you can't answer more than once. If no one is correct, then no one gets the point. First player to score 3 points will win immunity, so you just have to score 3. Right? If nobody has 3 points, because you're taking each other's points, after all the questions are read, there's 18, and the player with the most points will win immunity. If there's a tie at that point, we'll go to a tiebreaker question. At the end, you're going to look at a photo, remember as many details as you can. I'm going to take the photo away, and I'm going to ask questions. Does anybody have any questions about that before we get started? If you do, just got to unmute yourself because I can't hear you.
So when can we type and put our hands down?
As soon as I reveal the question, or as soon as I say the question, you can put your hands down and type. Okay. Hold on. I'm having a challenge. Nope.
Hey Trey, you can talk in the chat that we have going.
There we go. Okay. I couldn't see the answers. That would have been bad. All right. Any other questions? So I just need to see everybody's hands up before we get started. I can't see any of the cameras. There we go. Hands are up. Perfect. Oh, I need my timer. And the first question, the first picture, I'm sorry, is now. Three, two, one. Hands up. Click. Okay. Okay. So once again, you're going to go do the main Zoom chat to everybody. Main Zoom chat to everyone. I just did it down of mine. First question is, how many Survivor buffs are being worn around the neck? Around the neck. I is correct with 5. I is correct with 5. I has 1 point. Can't take anybody's points because nobody has points at this point. So I'm just going to assume you're going to take the point for yourself. Okay. Next photo is live. Yeah, hands up, Hannah. Hands up, Hannah. There you go. Three, two, one. Okay. Next question. How many of the players are waving with their left hand? Their left hand. Rachel, correct with 1. It's 1 person with their left hand. Rachel, would you like to take a point for yourself or take away a point? You can unmute yourselves, guys.
I'll take one.
All right, so Rachel has 1 point. Rachel has a point, Ty has a point. Next photo is up. Three, two, one. That's it. All right, next question is, how many people in the photo are wearing some sort of visible necklace? Visible necklace. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay, nobody gets it correct. It's 4. So Hayden has one. Oh, people don't know who these people are. Go back. Hayden has one. Tyson has one. Monica has one, and Jervis has the immunity necklace. So that's all right. Next photo is up. Three, two, one, done. Okay. Next question. How many people are wearing sunglasses on their face covering their eyes? Megs is correct with 4. 4 people with sunglasses on their eyes. Megs, would you like to take a point for yourself or remove one from Ty or Rachel?
I'll keep it.
Okay. Megs has a point. Rachel has a point. Ty has a point. There's a second question on this photo. How many people are wearing, oh, let me put a dash. How many people are wearing hats on their heads? How many people are wearing hats on their heads? It's 5. Rachel is correct. Rachel, would you like to keep a point or take one away from someone else?
I'll keep it.
Plus 2. Ty has 1. Megs has 1. Okay. Next photo is up. Three, two, one. All right. Question is, how many torch flames are visible? How many torch flames? John is correct with 7. John, would you like to keep a point or take one from Ty, Rachel, or Megs? Ty has 1, Rachel has 2, Megs has 1.
I'll keep it for myself.
All right. Great. Next photo is up. Three, two, one. Hey, first question. How many people have hands on their hips in the photo? John correct with 3. John is correct with 3. Had a little bit of a sneaky one because Jeff Probst also has hands on his hips. Would you like to take the point, give yourself 2, or would you like to take a point from someone else?
I'll keep it for myself.
So John has 2, Rachel has 2, Megs and Ty with 1. All right, there's a second question on the same photo. What color is the bikini the woman is wearing? Eggs. That's what I have. First one, blue is correct. Oh, I'm going to take it. The spelling is not there, but I'm going to take it because I knew what you meant. Make sure you guys are spelling right. Meg, would you like to keep the point or is it one for someone else?
Wait, mine was before her, wasn't it? On mine? Or
So it's based on what I see. And Meg's is what I screenshot it if you want, but that's what I see.
No.
You're keeping that point, Megs?
Please.
Okay. Rachel has 2, Megs has 2, John has 2, Ty has 1. All right, next photo is up. Three, two, one. Oh. All right. First question. How many knees are touching the ground in the front row? There are 7 knees that are touching the ground in the front row. 7 knees. Next question on this one. The man that is kneeling in the first row on the far left is wearing what color shorts? Megs with green is correct. Megs, would you like to take the point for immunity or would you like to take away someone else's point?
I'll take immunity, please.
All right. So with that, congratulations, Megs. You have 1 immunity. It was green, I promise everyone. I'll show that they're there. If you want to count the 7 knees, you can do that too. Congrats, Megs. We had so many more photos. I'm so sad. But congratulations, Megs. You have 1 immunity, cannot be voted out at the next tribal council. Everybody else is vulnerable. I'll give you guys a few minutes to strategize. We'll probably start, just look at my schedule, start tribal in about 5-ish or so minutes. Think that'll work? Yeah.
All right, so we have about 5 minutes before tribal. And that was a game changer. We might have Trey or Becca, if they want to jump in, they could just let me know and we could talk about what's about to happen. But I'm calling that a game changer because we had, let's see, boom. Hey, Becca. Loved your little moment on the game. It was so fun.
Thank you.
And like, wow, that was like perfect timing for some people needed to hear that. So good job.
I felt like they did. A lot of the time people like get to the end and they're like, I don't deserve this, so like I lost. I'm like, well, you don't know that, so.
So Megs was one of the 2 that was up for this first vote at least.
Oh shoot.
So here's where we're at.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really know too much.
I know, it's okay. But let me just tell you, so when the vote happens, you'll be surprised. Let me see if I can pull up the image of the cast. So the big name probably that would be going home, getting votes tonight is Ty. Let me put it on the stream. Hold on, I'm so good at this. Okay. So Ty is definitely the vote getter, but there has been like a last minute push to get out Megs, the threat.
Okay.
Matt is the one making the decision. Basically, he's the swing vote. But now that Megs has 1 immunity, does that make the decision for Matt? Is he just going to vote for Ty? Who knows? Rachel has an idol. So,
Dang, okay.
Yeah, so anything can happen with that. So that's where we're at right now. Whew. So do you remember this challenge from when you played it? That challenge thing?
I do remember that challenge. I'm awful. I just did not even know what to pay attention to. I sit there and I'm like, all right, that's like 4 people. They've got this colored shorts, and there's like that many rocks. And then he's like, all right, who's holding their left hand? And I'm like, dang it.
I know, because I feel like I catch myself counting the things that, and I like count something several times to make sure I remember the number. And I'm like, no, I need to just count everything I can. And then
yeah, no, it's a hard one.
Sometimes you just like go with your instinct and you just put a number down real quick to try to win. So
yeah, honestly,
it just really painted Megs with a bigger target.
Yeah, I mean, is she? Yeah, so she's been a target, or she just doesn't have like a good alliance, or what?
Yeah, she has been doing great in her alliance. She just, after touchy subjects, she was just really one of the standouts from like, who do you trust the most? Who do you think's going to win? Or whatever those questions were. Yeah. What happened with your guys' touchy subjects? I don't even remember.
Polo was marked for a lot. Chanel was marked for a lot. Michael was marked for a lot.
Join the Zoom and pop on video for Tribal Council.
All right, Tribal Council is about to begin. So I'll put you in the background.
Wow. All right, everybody else can join video, please. Need a few more folks, I think. Or is it just my thing being weird? Yeah, there we go. All right. Perfect. All right. So I'll start with Megs. Congratulations, Megs, on immunity. Did you feel like that was something that you needed, or is it just nice to have, or is it nice not to, for someone else not to have it?
Well, I mean, I came in super uncomfortable to this episode, so it does definitely feel good to have immunity. I have faith in the relationship I've built, but like I've said the other time, it's just like so much better to just know you're not going right now.
Right. All right. So John, I'll ask you the next question. So you had 2 points. You were pretty close. Did you have, was there any strategy to why you would take points versus stealing other people's points? Do you feel like you could have maybe turned things around, or were you just focused on kind of getting as many points as you could?
Honestly, I was focused on getting as many points as I could because coming back from Pandora's Island, I am not comfortable. So having immunity this round would have just been a nice comfort. But I trust the people that I've been working with, so I'm hopeful that I'm not getting played and I'll be on the right side of the numbers tonight.
Kai, has there been much talk about idols and if there are any idols still in the game, or how that might impact tonight's episode?
Oh yeah, there's definitely been talk about advantages and or idols, but no one really knows who has what or if anyone has anything. But I think we all know that they're out there. So it's just kind of like vote whoever everyone says they're voting or you think they're voting, and hope that it doesn't come back to take you out, I guess, or someone that you're working with.
Gotcha. And Hannah, do you think that that's a dangerous thing to maybe have advantages or have idols, and if nobody knows you have it and then you play it? Is that, could that be interpreted as a lie or a deception in some way?
No, I think I would just feel respect to anyone who did that, but I'm so scared, just praying that no one could figure out the tree mail, just like I could not for story. You're laughing because I guessed like 17 times to Justin, just random words. No luck.
As with any tribal council, I'm going to leave the floor open if anybody would like to say anything. We will have any of these tribals be live. If anybody wants to discuss anything, feel like they need to state their case or make a move, and you want to do that publicly, now would be the time to do so. All right, then with that, we will vote. You'll vote the same way you did last episode, just privately to me, the name of the person you'd like to vote out. Remember, you cannot vote for Megs. She has immunity, so can't write Megs, can't write your own name. And so just send me your votes privately over Facebook Messenger, not on Zoom, and make sure you don't send it to the main group. All right. When I read the votes, the person will be asked to turn off their microphone and their camera and stay on the jury and watch the rest of the episode, as you will be voting for the winner later on. If you need to go to the restroom or take a little break, that's totally fine, but please don't go too far, because we will have final tribal council at some point this evening. So make sure you're on and watching and seeing how the rest of the game unfolds. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you would like to play it, now would be the time to do so. All right, no idols in play. We'll get to the vote. First vote, tie. Next vote, Hannah. Next vote, tie. 2 votes tie, 1 vote Hannah. Next vote, tie. Next vote, tie. 4 votes Hannah, tie with 4 votes, that is enough. Sorry, you tribe has spoken and you are moving over to the jury. Please turn off your camera and please do not communicate with anybody left in the game. All right, let me just move tie on over to the jury. All right, and move tie. So for the rest of you, please freeze and do not communicate with Ty at this point. He's now in the jury, so if you have any private chats going with Ty, please do not communicate with him anymore until final tribal council. All right, moving on to our next immunity challenge. This is called Box Out. So this is going to be a game very similar to that of Connect 4. All right, you'll be paired up and face off in a game of Connect 4. I'll randomly draw a player, and that player will be able to select who they'd like to compete against. So you'll select the person you want to compete against. The first player to connect 4 squares of their color in any row, vertically, horizontally, or diagonally wins immunity. If neither connects forward before the board fills up, then neither will win immunity. That's right. So that means that up to 3 people will be immune at the next tribal council. So if you win your match, you are immune at the next tribal council. Right? The other 3 will be vulnerable. Could be more if there are people that don't win immunity. This is what the board looks like. Just like Connect 4, you're going to name a letter, and your token will drop down the entire chute, right? So you're not picking an exact square where you want to go. If you pick A, it will go to the bottom that is available in A. Everybody understand that piece? Yes, yes, yes. Does anybody have any questions? Hopefully you've all played Connect 4 in some way. Hopefully you have children or nieces and nephews, or you played it as a kid or something. So you're just trying to connect 4 in a row. So I'm putting all of your chips with your names on it. bag. I don't care who goes against who, so I'm not cheating, I promise. So I'll pick a tile, and you will decide who you want to go against. Joe, you have the first pick. Who would you like to go against?
I'll go Hannah.
We have Joe versus Hannah. Next one, Rachel. Rachel, who would you like to go against? Can you unmute yourself?
Sorry. Matt.
All right, Rachel versus Matt. Oh, that means there's only one pair left. So Mason will be playing Joe. I was like, oh, I need to pull who's going to decide, but it doesn't matter. No one decided that one. All right, cool. So first up will be Joe versus Hannah. So Joe, because you were selected first, you can decide if you want to go first or second. Do you have a decision on that? And you guys just unmute yourselves now and stay unmuted and through this portion, Joe and Hannah, just so it's easier. Joe, would you like to go first or second?
I'll go second.
You go second. Hannah, what color would you like and what row would you like to go in?
What are my color options?
Any color that I can do in PowerPoint.
Oh, cool. I'll do red because that's classic.
Okay, I just clicked that accidentally. All right, and which row would you like to go?
Oh, I wish I knew like the correct strategy for playing Connect 4. I'll just do D, please.
D. All right, Joe, what color and what row or what column?
Blue, and I'll go C, please.
Blue and C. All right. Yeah.
D again, please.
And Joe.
D.
D as in dog?
Yes.
Great. Sound good? Hannah.
Do E.
E. And Joe.
F, please.
And Hannah.
Let's do E again, please.
And Joe.
C as in cat.
All right, and Hannah.
C, please.
What was that?
C as in cat.
C as in cat. Thank you. And Joe.
B as in boy.
Okay. And Hannah.
B as in boy.
And Joe.
D as in dog.
Hannah.
F, please.
F as in Frank.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Joe.
I'll do F as well.
F as well. Hannah.
G, please.
What was that?
G.
G. Okay. And Joe.
G, please.
And Hannah.
A.
A. Joe.
G as in girl.
And Hannah.
B, please.
B.
Oh no!
And Joe.
E.
E. And that is Connect 4. Congratulations.
Fuck.
She didn't see
Sorry.
it. Oh.
It's all right. Swearing is allowed on Pandora. Congratulations, Joe. You have won immunity, so you'll be safe for the next tribal council. Next, we have Rachel versus Matt. So, Rachel, would you like to go first or second?
First.
Matt, just unmute yourself so I can hear you. You want to go first, Rachel? What's
Hey,
going on?
Becca.
Hey.
Hey. Who did to
D.
win?
Who do I want to win?
D.
Mm-hmm.
And Matt?
I'll use green.
Sorry, I can get distracted so bad. So if I like, okay,
That's okay.
so Rachel has an idol that's good this round.
Pink and green.
So if I were
All
her,
right, Rachel.
I guess you still want to
Yours, Joe.
win, but like,
E.
Well, because
she
how
doesn't-
many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 left. She could win immunity, then play her idol next round, be guaranteed to Final Four.
no, she has to play her idol this round.
Oh, it's at 6.
Yeah, her idol's at 6, and then Matt over here has a
And Rachel.
has a coin flip that he could play next round. So he'll save that for next round, unless he plays it. It's just anything can happen.
Is Matt the one in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And Rachel.
I love when they have to like pick who they're going against. They're like, I'll do Hannah.
Oh my gosh.
So do you remember doing this?
I remember doing this. I remember literally it took his 4 points to like beat me. I don't even remember. I just wasn't all paying enough attention. I was like, I'll do this one and this one.
I
and was like,
remember
dang
it.
it.
Oh,
Dang it.
yeah, it went pretty fast when you played, I think. But you know, like Hannah did, she just totally missed.
Yeah, sometimes you just miss it.
Yeah,
You're so
and when
focused
Joe,
on one thing.
yeah, when you're focusing on yourself, you forget about the defense. When Joe put that that chip there, I was actually thinking to myself, do G. Like she might be lucky and she might not realize it. So that's what I would have done too.
Right.
I think with this game, it's all about setting yourself up with like diagonal options that you could trick someone with, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rachel.
Rachel has to do F. No, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, do
I'll
F. Do F.
C.
No. Oh, okay, that's fine.
That's okay.
She just won.
I thought she said B.
I lost already, but I'll do B.
So he either just threw it to her
And Rachel.
or he messed up.
F.
Yay, Rachel.
All right. That is Connect 4. Congratulations.
No, it doesn't matter. He couldn't have won.
But when he
Oh, you mean if he threw it before?
Yeah, the plate. Yeah, he's. But that would be hard to kind of predict that one. But
Right. Well, she could maybe play an idol for someone.
Yeah.
I should pull season first. That's
so we just found out it's John's first game. It's Rachel's first game.
and
I don't know
Meg,
about the
you can
rest.
decide if you want to go first or second.
Joe has not played an online game in forever.
I'll go first.
Who's Joe? The one in the middle? Right?
Yeah.
The one who just won?
Hello.
So,
Cool.
Becca, I am
Oh, that's
friends with
beautiful. I like
Joe.
that point slide. And
Okay.
So he's my friend. Rachel, I've been best friends with since high school. So
I
she's
met
my
Rachel.
Visuals. I
Yep.
like the visuals.
And then
All right.
Trey just said
And John,
he's friends
what
with
color
John.
I will go with.
And then I'm friends with Matt P
B,
from
and what
Sequester
color?
World.
Oh,
I'm trying to get Alicia to play
I know.
Do you want to go B? You don't have to go B now.
She wants to. Do you know when he's doing another one?
Let's go.
Is he doing one in November or December?
Got you excited.
Wait, say that
B
again.
is for blue. It's true.
You know if he's doing another one?
I hope. I'm sure he will.
I'm sure he will too.
He definitely has some ideas.
He is an elephant.
About what he like themes he wants to do next. So.
And John.
Oh.
E as in boar.
Some returning players.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
And when are you gonna play? What the heck?
Thanks.
I think I know too much.
Elephant again.
Elephant again.
Justin wants me to play, but I think
you should play.
Okay. And John.
I think you should play.
It's so different. It's so fun, right? Like
It is. It's very different than like a lot of other games, which is cool.
Yeah, like I don't think anything's
Really
like
good intro game.
D as in dog.
It really is a great game for the first time player because of this format, because of
As in frog.
it's not like super public, you know, it's just
Right. There's no forum.
yeah.
Right.
C as in cat.
And John.
E as in egg.
And next.
E as in egg.
This is a showdown right here. These two are very smart.
And John.
Oh Lord. Oh gosh. Okay, let's see.
You know what I think I would do, which it looks like they were doing?
G.
You kind of want to line the bottom with a bunch of your tokens
And
to
next.
really set up yourself for diagonals.
A for apple.
Oh yeah.
And John.
It's hard.
So does Meg's hair look like blue or like green to you?
It does.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that's like
John, anything
my
next?
computer or if she actually dyed her hair.
Sorry.
It might just be her lighting.
Yeah. It looks awesome if it's green.
I know. It does.
D, please.
So you're in a game
As
right now,
dog.
right?
Yes.
How's it going?
Like Legacy. We just swapped.
C for cat.
The first round was like my lips look awful. They got so dry when I went to talk. So
to connect forward.
they like
John. You have one immunity. So Joe, Rachel, and John are our immunity winners. Which
yes,
means
they
at the next tribal council.
like the first round was like both tribes were going to tribal.
We will start tribal.
And it was a really easy vote because we had this girl who was like kind of crazy on our tribe. And then we kept winning. And then we swapped and then we won again.
Nice.
And like now I know like one of actually so we were at a 4-3 on both tribes, like with my tribe it flips my brain when the camera's flipped. But it was like we already had the advantage. We were 8-6. So the tribes got swapped to like 4-3, 4-3. So we were in the advantage, but like the other tribe lost the challenge and one of ours went home. So I was like, whoa.
Oh,
I was kind of shocked. And it wasn't even the guy that we were gonna vote out. Like it wasn't even like the guy that we were gonna take out if we had gone to tribal. So I was like a little shocked. But also relieved to see that Erica is still alive.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I want her to I don't know how long she can make it. I don't know how she's doing. I don't know if she's like in a good place. She can't be. We were at an advantage, but now it's 3-3.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I don't know what it could even be. I'm like kind of bored though. Like I want to go to tribal.
Hey,
like, I probably shouldn't. I probably like shouldn't be saying that, but like I don't know. I feel like I'd be okay. And like maybe it would save Erica too. No, but now they're 3-3, so now she should be fine. And Kelly. I'm just worried about people over there now.
Yeah. I'm just pulling up this to look at it to try to think of what's going to happen at this vote.
Okay.
So we know Rachel won, John won.
Wait, when did Donna get out?
Right before jury.
Oh, that sucks.
I know it was so close. Yeah, it was really sad. but there might be something tonight that she might be a part of. So,
is there a battle back?
Just a reminder that some of you are still off mute. So
I got distracted by the noise.
Things up to you.
Meg's
If you aren't
typing.
here, just reminding.
Can you hear it too? She's like, duh, duh.
I did hear it.
Okay. So there is going the twist tonight is that
There's a battle.
There's not a battle back, but there is a reward that someone could win where they could put somebody on the jury that is not on the jury. Craziness.
That's large.
Yeah. So we'll see.
It's almost as big as Michelle's.
Oh, I know. Instead of taking out someone, you're putting someone in.
Yeah, that's insane. Wow.
So,
He
Rachel
was so
has an
salty,
idol,
too.
and Rachel was asking me earlier today. She was like, "What did she say?" Oh, she was asking me for advice about like, do you play your idol if you don't need it? And I was like, I mean, if you're at the end of like the idol's expiration, general survivor advice is that you play it anyways, right? Like, what do you think?
If it benefits you, yes. But if there's literally no benefit, like don't just play it for yourself if you don't need it. Like playing an idol wrong is never good.
Right.
Like, play it right. Like even if it just like saves someone that like whatever. If you play it right and you can make up some reason for it, then that's good.
So you
but
probably
it's also cool to get to the end and be like, boom, I didn't need this.
Okay. So you said that, but when I played Survival Challenge at Final 5, when the idol could be done, all right, I'm at Final 5, and we blindside this guy named Justin. He was the last guy standing. Us 4 girls blindside him. And when he goes to snuff his torch, he pulls out his idol and he said, I didn't even play this. So it was the last time you could play your idol, and he didn't play it because he wanted to end up at Final Tribal Council and pull it out. And be like, look what I didn't have to play. And we blindsided him.
That's not good either.
So what you just said happened to him.
Man. Yeah, that's not good either. Oh, what's up? Or sorry, one second.
Ooh, all right. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to pull up this thing. So does Rachel play her idol on Meg's? I think she would do it to protect her.
Rejoin the Zoom.
I'm so nervous.
Council.
She should probably let Meg's go, but does she do it?
My friend needed a fork. Actually, Alicia borrowed her fork last time she was here, so it was her fork.
Got her
like, can I borrow a fork? I'm like, yeah, you can borrow your own fork.
All right, well, I'm going to pull this up, and we're about to watch Tribal go down. What is Rachel going to do with her idol?
I know. I mean, yeah, you never want to save it just to save it. Like, if there's any reason to use it, like, might as well use it.
Here we go.
Oh.
But, like, using it wrong is not. Oh, idols are so tricky. I suck at getting them, though, so.
Yeah.
I'm going to focus a little bit more probably on the folks who are vulnerable to this tribal council, just because. So I'll start with you, Hannah. You were first round, so I'll just go in order. That's easiest. So how much did you feel like you needed immunity this round? But do you feel pretty secure?
I always feel like I need immunity. I mean, you can never trust anyone in this game. So immunity would have been good, especially in a round where 3 whole people have it. I wasn't counting on this. So I'm a little freaked out.
Yes. And Matt, how about, I'll just kind of ask similar questions. Do you feel like you needed immunity? Did you feel pretty comfortable? Obviously, the 3 people being vulnerable makes things a little bit tighter and a little bit more probably nerve-wracking.
Yeah, that was the part. Like, I wanted to win immunity, obviously, and then as soon as you said that 3 people could have immunity, I was like, okay, I feel like I really need to win this now because there might be only 3 of us that are being possible to be voted for. And I don't feel super safe right now as far as like where everybody's going to do their thing. So let's see how it's going to shake out. I'm trusting the people that I'm working with, but yeah, I'm a bit scared about this one.
Yeah. How about for you, Megs? Did you feel like you needed it this time? You won the first one, so does that put a little bit more of a target on you, or what do you think?
I would say absolutely yes, but I'm with Hannah, what she said at the beginning of the episode and the beginning of this tribal council. Like, everybody who's left, I want to win. I like all of us, and I don't want any of us to leave. I think everyone feels super vulnerable, and I certainly do. So it would have been nice to have a win, especially when half the tribe is immune.
Yeah. I'll ask a couple other questions. We have not much time. I'll talk to Joe. How about Joe? So Joe, with you're being safe, and with only 3 people to pick from, like, how does that affect how you move forward?
Yeah, it's really tough. I don't think any of us expected multiple immunity wins at Final 6. So it's really just sticking with the name that we came up with this week, and trusting the people that I'm trusting in, and that's all we can do at this point.
Gotcha. Rachel, I'm going to pick on you just a little bit. There was an opportunity when you had D and E where if you just picked, I think it was C, you could have won either way. Did you notice that? And did you kind of realize it at all later? You had D and E, Matt picked A and G. So if you had picked either C or E, you would have had a win no matter what. Did you notice that, or? Evidently not. Okay.
No, I did. Like, you mean like you mean before? Like, did I miss a round where I could have gotten it, or?
Right. Yeah. Right in the beginning, you had C and D.
I
As kind of the
didn't
2
know.
corners. I was like, oh, all she's got to do is pick one of those, and she's guaranteed. I was like, oh, okay.
Go to the end.
I was gonna ask, like, being a mom, do you play a lot of Connect 4? Like, is this a game you were used to?
No, but it was a big game in 2nd grade indoor recess, so I guess my skills are not
It's a
what they used to be.
little soft, a little cold right now. That's everything. And John, is there, from your perspective, as we get, we're moving from 6 to 5, is this a point where you start thinking about taking out threats, or is it still about kind of people that you trust and going with people you trust?
To say, I feel like in my head the last couple of weeks, the advice that Janet gave us when we started this game has kind of led me through playing, and she basically said you have to play with people that you feel good with and that you feel loyal to. So at this point, I feel like I want to work with people that I trust, and if those people are threats, then that's okay, because at least I know I can trust them.
Great. Well, as always, I'll leave an open floor if there's anything anybody would like to say before we get to the vote. We'll leave a little bit of live tribal time. No? All right. So with that, we will get to the vote. If you can submit your vote to me, please. Privately, once again, you can only vote for Hannah, Matt, or Megs. Just leaving those in the order of the competitions in no particular order. So Hannah, Matt, or Megs, please submit your vote to me privately over Facebook Messenger. All right. Once again, as when I read the votes, the person who has voted out will be asked to turn off their mic and their camera. But please do not, please do not leave. Sorry, stay on the jury. Just turn off your mic and your camera. Make sure you don't talk to anybody left in the game. If anybody has a hidden immunity idol and you'd like to play it, now would be the time to do so.
I'll play it, Justin. I'm gonna play it for Matt.
All right, so Rachel is playing her immunity idol for Matt. So any votes against Matt will not count. Anything else? All right, with that, we will get to the vote. First vote, Hannah. Next vote, Megs. Next vote, Hannah. Next vote, Megs. Next vote, Hannah. Last vote for Megs. We have a tie. It's a 3-3 tie. So what that means is that Hannah and Megs obviously will not vote. The other 4 of you will vote. This is a very tricky situation, obviously. So if nobody does flip the vote, if nobody changes their vote and we end up with a tie, then we will go to our tiebreaker rule, which goes to past votes. If there are no past votes in play, then we will go to a rock draw. In this situation, because 4 people are immune, then the rock draw will be between Hannah and Megs. So you do not earn safety in this round. We would draw a rock for one of the 2 of you to go. So it's up to you. So I will ask Rachel, Joe, John, and Matt to please resubmit your votes. I'll give you a minute or so to decide. If you'd like to change your vote, you can do that. But please do resend me a name so that I can tally the votes. Please do that within about a minute so we don't run too late.
So I think that the general they, want to get out Megs. But if they tied it up again, Hannah goes, because I think Hannah just got some votes last round. And I don't think Megs has gotten any votes. So they might lose Hannah. But they want to get rid of Megs, I think. Ooh.
So once again, I just need votes from Rachel, Matt, John, and Joe. Those are the only ones voting. Megs and Hannah, you don't need to submit votes. So I can get those other 4 votes, please. Now is the tie.
So I'm pretty sure Matt is once again the swing vote right now. Once again, I think Matt is choosing right now if he's going to get rid of Megs or not. Wow. Which would be a backstab to Rachel, who just played an idol on him. I can't right now.
All right. The 4 votes are in. Once again, unless we have a tie, I'll ask the person to leave the tribal council. We'll just turn their camera off and their sound off, but don't go too far. All right. First vote, Megs. Next vote, Hannah. Next vote. Megs. The last vote. Megs. Megs with 3 votes. That is enough. She has left the video. All right. Just give me 1 second. All right. All right, welcome Final 5. And I'm gonna give you guys a quick strategy break. If you can grab 4 pieces of paper, basically strips of paper, roughly like a business card size, using 4 like small strips of paper. And I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Oh my god.
Hey.
Surprise, surprise. We have Trey here from last season. Hey, Trey.
What's going on? Becca, nice to see you. It's our first time chatting. Hannah, nice time chatting.
Hello, hello.
Wonderful. Wow, it appears I came in at a wild time.
I think you did. Right when the tie happened, right? And you're like, hey guys, what's up? It's like you have no idea what's happening.
A whirlwind. Yeah, so bring me up to speed if you can.
Okay, so
they did the Connect 4 challenge where more than one person wins immunity.
Okay, so that's how so many people were immune. And somebody played an idol for somebody.
Yeah, Rachel played it on Matt.
Wow, okay.
And he didn't save Megs. He voted against Megs.
So Rachel,
it would have been safe at Rocks.
Rachel and Megs have been thick as thieves this whole time.
Okay.
Okay. But she played her idol on Matt, even though Megs was vulnerable. So
you know why she did that?
Well, I do know that she had told Matt about her idol about 3 or 4 days ago. So if he knew about her idol,
you think he played her? That's awful.
Well, okay, but here's the thing: like, she's thinking. I bet she thought Megs was safe, right? Or did Rachel know that Megs was gonna go? I don't know.
Maybe it could be a situation where it's like, because if they've been playing the game together this entire time, it could be a situation where it's like, okay, I can keep her jury vote, not get blood on my hands, and take out the person who would invalidate my FTC if I get there. You know?
I mean, yes, exactly. but sorry, there was a buzzing. But also now she's played an idol wrong, which is not good.
That is true.
To find tribal. But I mean, was now the time to put her in the jury? Does she have enough allies on her side left?
Does Rachel have enough people to last to the end with? Now she has. I think Matt is good with Rachel till the end. They've been working together. So I think Matt and Rachel are final 2 deals. And then we've got Joe and John are final 2 deals. And then we've got Hannah. So they're gonna. Oh man, guys, this is insane.
So has John? I know John's coming from the Edge or the Pandora's Island or whatever we call it.
The Edge of Pandora.
The Edge of Pandora.
The Edge of Extinction.
Yeah, John came back.
Yeah.
So where do like alliance lines meet up with in terms of John's relationship to Hannah, John's relationship to Matt and Rachel on the other side? Do you know?
John has done a great job at making people feel good about him.
Okay.
This week he has been doing. People are like, I know Rachel was like, John feels good about me. So working with John, Joe and John are real close. Matt has gotten in with Matt and John were together at the beginning of the game, so they're good. I really don't have much information on Hannah. Confessionals don't really talk about her too much, but it sounds like she's doing her thing. I just think that any of these players could work with anybody. Like that's where we're at right now.
Gotcha.
Right? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine John. I know John personally, and I know he kind of does the game think the same way I do game think. Yeah. So I imagine he's pitching to these people like, look, I'm coming from the edge. Nobody like take me to the end. It's an easy FTC if we get there. So I imagine that's working in his favor, not to mention all of the alliance lines that we're crossing and we're coming back.
Right. I'm so invested. All right, I'm gonna put us all in the back.
2, 3. Hey, Matt and Joe, please. Perfect. Hey, guys. All right. So everybody have their 4 strips of paper and their pen? All right, great. So this is called Can You Recall? And this is how it works. You're going to write diamond, spade, club, and heart on those, one on each of those 4 strips. So you should have 1 strip with each of it on there, each word on there. Then you're going to put your hands on your head, so you can't take any photos or any sort of notes. And then I'm going to show you a sequence of cards. And once I'm done, I'm going to count to 10, and then you can take your hands off your head. And then I'm going to ask you to repeat back to me the sequence of the suits that are shown 1 word at a time. Please wait to reveal your answer until I ask for it. So I'm going to say, reveal the next one, then you bring it up. Reveal the next one, bring it up, right? And you have to be confident in your answer. You can't like wait for other people. You'll show your word to the camera of the suit that you believe is next in the sequence. So I'm going to show you the sequence. You have to keep your hand up. And then it's on your head because it's funny. I'm going to count to 10 once I'm done. So you have to hold that for 10, and then you can get down. If you want to arrange your cards or do whatever you want after that point, that's fine. So everybody has 4 strips with 1 word on each. Yes? Yes, yes. Everybody has their 4 different pieces of paper with those 4 suits on them? Yes, yes, yes. Cool. All right. So hands up. Up. Great. Here's your first sequence. Heart. Diamond. Heart. Spade. Club. Diamond. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can take your hands down. All right, everybody grab what you think is the first suit, but don't reveal just yet. First suit in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal. Everybody up at once. Right to the camera. First one is heart. Everybody's still in. Everybody grab your second one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Reveal. It is diamond. Diamond is correct. I'm sorry, John. You are out of the challenge. Can you just turn off your camera for me so that I can focus on those that are left? All right. The next one in 3, 2, 1. Reveal. Heart is correct. The next one in 3, 2, 1. Reveal. Everybody says spade. Spade is correct. The next one in 3, 2, 1. Reveal. Next one is club. Rachel, I'm sorry. It was club. You are out of the challenge. And the next one in 3, 2, 1. Reveal. Reveal. It is diamond, which means Hannah, you are the winner, and you have won immunity. So you cannot be voted out at the next tribal council. Congratulations, Hannah. Guys, look at this. I had so many rounds. We didn't even get through after 1. Oh, Lord. All right. All right. So congratulations, Hannah. Hannah cannot be voted out at the next tribal council. You guys have probably about 5 minutes or so to strategize. and then we'll head into tribal council. Feel free to turn off your videos, do whatever you'd like.
All right. Becca, I don't know if you're there. If you want to jump in, let me know. Wow. Jonna.
Yeah, literally dipped. That challenge is so hard, I will say. Like, that challenge is difficult.
When I did this challenge before, it was with like animals. So it was like he held up a card, not Justin, but a different game. He held up a card of animals, so you have to remember the animal sequence. And what I did, so you had to keep your hands on your head like they did here. And I did like a muscle memory thing, like each finger represented an animal. So like, I know, so like that's actually how I remembered it. But then for the third round, he did more than 10 in a row. And I was like, oh no. So I got to 10 and then I started like, I was like tapping my toes. Oh my gosh. It was but I ended up winning.
Wait, that's awesome, Hannah.
Yeah. Were you, Becca, that was the game we played together. When I beat,
we played together?
Yeah, when we played that mini together. So.
Oh, and he was like boat anchor.
Yep. Right?
I remember. Yeah. It was the one that Travis did.
Yep. And I beat Anthony. Never forget. So, anyways.
King.
Yeah. So who are we looking at going home, or like who's on the block this time around?
So Matt.
It's up to Hannah.
Matt has a coin flip. That's any okay. Oh, wait, there's 3 more things left in the game. Okay.
3
advantages and can be played this tribal.
One is a public vote. So Matt can make anybody do a public vote. So that's awesome. The second one is, I'm so sorry, my brain is. The second one is a steal a vote. As far as Joe has a steal a vote. As far as I know, let me see how long he can play it. And then Matt has a 50-50 coin flip that's good only at this tribal council. I mean, this is the last time. You know, like Michelle had that coin flip, so.
That was gnarly.
So he's totally going to use it. Does he use it on
Michelle?
Rachel used it on him? He would not do that, would he? There's no way.
I don't know.
Who are you guys invested in? This is your first time watching it, right? Like, who are you?
I was pretty invested in Meg's, but I'm pretty sad. But I'm also really invested in Rachel, of course, just because I met her like last week.
Yeah.
But I like John. He's got a cool energy. So I've got Rachel and John.
Mm-hmm.
Matt made me a little upset that he didn't keep Meg's in.
That he did that to me. Yeah. So I have official word that it was Matt who did that. Rachel was the vote for Hannah at that last vote. So I think Rachel was probably blindsided. I'm guessing. I don't know. Anyways.
So he got the idol played on him, and then he took out the person that played the idol on. Oh no, the person.
Oh, so he took out
her ally.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do not know how long the steal a vote lasts. So Joe might still have a steal a vote.
Gotcha. That's at final 5. That's everything,
All
especially right now. Oh man.
For tribal council.
All right, guys, make your call. Who do you think's going home?
I think it's going to be.
I don't remember his name. Not John. The other one.
Joe. Why does Matt have all the power this whole game? You need to take out Matt.
I don't know. I'm getting a little annoyed. Yeah, I don't know why no one's taking him out.
I don't know. It's up in the air for me.
If they take out Rachel, I'm rage quitting the stream.
All right,
I'll rage quit with you.
Okay. Trey, you're running the stream. Okay.
Absolutely. I'm in.
Here we go.
Rachel. There she is. No problem. Who did I lose now? I lost John. Right. All right. I think I've got Joe. All right. So Hannah, I'll go to you first. Congratulations on winning immunity. And last round, you survived a tie. So did you feel as though you needed it? This probably was a good.
sorry to interrupt you, but yes, I couldn't agree more. Yes, I felt I really needed it. That was terrifying in the last round. I mean, I hated that it was me versus Meg because I feel like I've been working with her the entire game. But at the same time, I think people made the right choice that she was the bigger threat to be sitting at the end with. So hated to see it happen, but I'm really relieved to still be here.
Gotcha. Rachel, how about you? How Meg's being taken out? How does that affect your game moving forward?
I mean, I'm definitely vulnerable since we were together since the very beginning. So I'm definitely feeling vulnerable right now, but I don't think I'm a threat. I think there's other threats still left in the game. So hopefully people will think through that moving forward.
And what was your thought around the idle play with Matt there?
Oh, I just made a deal with him way back when I found it. So I stuck to my word.
Gotcha. And John, are we at the point now where people are thinking about taking out threats and who they want to sit with at the end, or is it still about loyalty? It's moving fast, and we've already had this question a couple times, but I feel like maybe that's changing as the game evolves.
I feel like it's a combination of loyalty and threats. So you're not going to go to the end with someone who's a huge threat, but you also want to go to the end with someone that you're loyal to. So the combination of factors sets you up.
All right. As always, I will leave an open forum. If anybody wants to say anything to the group in public, you are welcome to do that now.
Justin?
Yes.
I did want to, I have an advantage in my pocket from Pandora's Island, so there is something that I would like to play.
Okay.
I do have a 50-50 idol, so I want to take the shot on that just to make sure that I can be safe during this round.
Okay, cool. Oh, maybe that's why this isn't working. There it is, because my video wasn't on. Silly goose. All right. Cool. So Matt does have a 50-50 advantage. Basically, I have a quarter here, Matt. So you're just going to call it, and whatever, I'm going to flip it, and whatever I show you, if you call it correctly, you'll be immune. If you do not call it correctly, you'll be vulnerable like everyone else. All right? Oh, hold on. That worked. There we go. Okay. So call your shot. What would you like?
I'm going to guess heads.
It is indeed heads. So Matt is immune. Cannot vote for Matt. Cannot vote for Hannah this round. Congratulations, Matt. Good call. Is there anything anybody else would like to say?
I mean, I just think Hannah hasn't made anyone angry. And John also has the great story of being back in. So I just don't think, if you're worried about getting threats and that was your logic from that, I really think it would be in everyone's advantage to keep me in.
Yeah, I mean, here's my pitch is that, you know, I haven't even worked with two of the members of the jury. I don't think that I've been in this game long enough to and have any moves. So I feel like it take me to the end. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Anything else anybody would like to say? Okay. I do have to announce that Pandora's box has been opened, and steal a vote is in effect. Matt, you will not vote at this tribal council. Your vote has been stolen. All right. So Matt, no need to submit a vote. Everybody else, please submit me your votes privately as soon as you can. All right. Once I've read the votes, the person will be asked to turn off their camera and their microphone, but don't go far, as you are a member of the jury. First vote, Joe. Next vote, Rachel. Next vote, Rachel. Next vote, Rachel. Rachel with 3 votes, that is enough. Rest of the votes will remain a mystery. Thank you much. The tribe has spoken. You're a member of the jury. Please don't communicate with anybody left in the game. All right. All right, final 4. Here we are. Let me just get caught up with myself here. Rachel, are you able to pop back on camera for a quick moment, please? Oh, thank you. So Rachel, I forgot, so I wasn't caught up with myself. You do have a little bit of power in the game before you move over to the jury. So you can choose one player that you want to get an advantage in the next immunity challenge. So who would you like to have an advantage in the next immunity challenge?
I'll stay loyal to Matt, even though it didn't end the way I was hoping.
Okay, so Matt will have an advantage in the next immunity challenge. You can now turn your camera back off. Thank you, Rachel. Okay, and as we are now at the final 4, I just want to be clear that past votes will no longer break a tie. So past votes do not matter at this point. Past votes will no longer break a tie. So we're going to go into our final 4 immunity challenge. This is called the online obstacle course. And here's how this will work. So you're first going to hold your spoon by the end with one hand, with it in view of the camera, and you're going to use the other hand to stack your 5 die onto the spoon. Okay. I have all 5 die stacked on the spoon. You'll then need to navigate with the other hand through an online maze via a link that I provide to you via the chat. All right. You've got to do so while keeping your dice stacked on that spoon. So imagine you are trying to get that stack of dice through the maze. All right. So one hand will be doing the maze, the other hand will be holding that stack. At any point your dice fall, you have to restack them with your other hand before you can continue in the maze. All right. Once you've completed the maze, you can put your dice down, take a screenshot of the completed maze and upload it into your private chat with me. Okay. Now imagine at the end of that maze, there's a locked box. So once you're through the maze and you post that picture, I'm going to provide you a combination puzzle that you have to solve to unlock that box at the end of your maze. So I'll provide that to you in your private chat. Inside that box is a slide puzzle. So once you've sent me the correct combination to open that box, I will then send you a link to the final puzzle. So the first player to finish that final puzzle and post a picture of it in the merge chat, so in the Mozzie merge chat, will win immunity, and it has a guaranteed spot in the final 3. Does anybody have any questions about that? It's a lot. It's a big challenge. It's a big moment, so I want to make sure everyone is super clear. I know it says there that you drop your dice after the screenshot. I think that screenshots might be really hard with holding the dice. So you can drop your dice when you are making the screenshot. I'm going to hold you to the honor system that you won't drop the dice before you're ready to take that photo. All right, so please make sure your maze is complete before you drop your dice. Any questions? I'm just checking production's doing a lot of chatting. I want to make sure that everybody is happy in there. Okay. Any other questions? So first thing, you got to make sure your spoon is in full view of the camera so that I can see it. Stack your dice, and then you'll go ahead. So Matt, your advantage is that you only need 3 dice on your spoon, not 5. All right, so you're only going to be stacking 3 dice, not 5. All right. So wait till the challenge goes, though. Wait till the challenge goes, please. Take it off the spoon. There you go. So I am going to get all of your private chats up so I can do this properly. Joe, John, Anna, Matt. Okay, so once again, as much as possible, this is going to be in your private chat until that last slide puzzle. That's what you post in the merge chat to be complete. Okay. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? Last chance for questions.
When do we put the dice on the spin?
Once I say go.
Yeah.
I can't see Joe. I don't know why that is, but I guess I just have to see the 4 of you. I don't have to see myself. Cool. So once you post it in there, I will move as fast as I can to provide you with the screenshot of the lockbox. And then once you give me the combination, the correct combination, I will give you the link to the final puzzle. Okay. So let me Joe, Anna. I don't know why this is being weird. And John. Okay. So I'm going to put the first link in the merge chat so you all have access to it at the same time for the maze. As soon as I do that, you are good to go. All right. So I'm going to post it, and then I see your spoon. Hold the spoon. Make sure it's, you're holding on the end of the spoon, not like the middle of the spoon. And hold it in whatever grip you'd like. Just got to make sure that you're holding the base of it. Perfect, perfect. Great, great. All right. So you're going to do the one that's labeled on this link as colored hard. Colored hard. So click the link, and you can start whenever you're ready. Colored hard. Make sure it's the colored hard. John, I got to see that in the camera view. Yep, I gotta see in the camera view. Yep. Now stack your 5 dice before you start the maze. You gotta stack your 5 dice before you start that maze. Or your 3 dice. And I just see that up a little bit higher or move the camera a little lower. Either one. All right, John's good to start his maze. Oh, John's gotta restack. Joe's good to be on the maze. Matt's good to be on the maze. Oh, Joe's got to restart. And I got to see that spoon up a little higher. Just can't see it. Or you can move the camera down, whichever you'd like. John's good. Joe's restacking. Matt's not on the maze. Joe, I just got to see that spoon a little bit higher or the camera a little lower, just so I can see it. Just got to see the spoons in camera view, please. And it's got one more dice to get on there. Joe, I just need to be. Yeah, it's just going to be a little higher, Joe. I can't quite see in the camera view. There you go. That's perfect. So once you have it, make sure you send the screenshot to me. Joe's got to restack. Make sure it's the colored hard maze is the one you're going for. Hannah's good. Oh, close, Hannah, close. John's been pretty steady. Matt's been pretty steady. Joe's got to restack. I'm not laughing at you, Joe, I promise. Hannah's got to restack. Hannah's now good. She seems locked in. Joe's got to restack. Hannah's got to restack. Once you've got it, you can drop your dice. Make sure you submit the photo to your private chat. That's where I'll give you the lockbox. Hannah's good. Oh, and she drops. Sorry, I just won't say it anymore, Hannah. Maybe that's just, John drops. Got to restack. Unless he is posting. Nope. Oh, Matt dropped. Got to restack. There you go. Just a little higher, John. Yeah, there you go. Joe's in good spot now. Hannah's got it. Who will be the first onto the lockbox? Who will be the first on? Joe's got to drop again, or stack again. Everybody's looking locked in now. Good job, guys. Keep it up. Keep it up, keep it up. John's got to restack. Everyone's still in the maze. Joe's got to restack. Joe, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm not seeing the exit. I don't know if I'm allowed to ask that.
There should be an exit that is visible. You click colored hard.
Yep.
Should, I think it's for everyone, it's in the bottom right corner.
Okay.
I believe John may have completed it. Put his dice down, he submitted. John did complete the maze. On to his lockbox puzzle. Joe looks like he might be on to the lockbox. Joe, onto the lockbox. Like Matt's getting onto the lockbox. That is complete. Got John, Matt, and Joe. John trying lots of combinations, not quite getting through just yet.
Is it a 3-digit code?
Correct. It's based on the graphic on the left. Matt, you got to do it in your private chat, not in the Monsi chat. Private chat, bud. I'm responding as fast as I can. So, Make sure you really read the instructions. Really read the rules. Hannah looks like she's going to move on to the puzzle, the lockbox. Hannah has complete. Hannah's moving on.
Okay.
Matt moving on to the slide puzzle.
So this is exciting television right now.
Listen, I tried doing that maze. I can't imagine that's too easy to do while also keeping tabs on
Yeah, Matt, once you're done with the
Oh,
slide
I
puzzle,
know. I thought like
chat. That's the one you're putting in the game.
Hannah looked like she was about to cry.
Yeah, that challenge looked a little hard. I was watching TV though.
Oh no, it's okay.
Do we know what the lockbox looks like?
No.
Oh dang.
I wish.
Also, Joe's faces were cracking me up too. I was looking at Joe because he looked so focused. It was kind of funny.
He was the best faces. The face is my favorite.
Hey, it was funny. It was funny.
So Matt's advantage like really helped him at the beginning, but now they're like on even playing field, it seems like, right?
Are they still doing part of the challenge?
Yeah, they're on the puzzle portion of the challenge.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure it's not the slide puzzle part?
Okay, so I still am confused.
It's like the lockbox, right?
So once you have completed the maze, take a screenshot. Okay, imagine there's a lockbox. Once you are through the maze, I will provide you a combination puzzle that you will solve to unlock. So no one has solved this combination puzzle. Inside that box is a slide puzzle.
Oh my gosh, I love slide puzzles.
Oh, I used to do slide puzzles all the
There's
time.
more. Once you've sent me the correct combination code, to the box on our private chat,
Then you get sent the slide puzzle.
then there's a final puzzle. Wait, what?
This says final immunity challenge written all over it.
Yeah,
Okay.
moving on to the slide puzzle. It's coming
But-
from
This challenge is gnarly.
I know Justin is a fan of the final 2 and not the final 3, but this is quite the challenge for.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Travis is here. Hey, Travis.
Hey.
Oh my gosh.
I think I come bearing some good news because I believe
that Rachel is back in.
Justin sent us that lockbox earlier today.
Oh, really?
Wait, I will re-forward it.
Yes.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah, we do love to see.
If you ask me the same ones over and over again, they still won't be right, I promise.
That's
Justin found some Jeff Probst shade.
Yeah, I know, for real.
Okay, I think I just.
Hannah and Matt
Okay.
on the slide puzzle.
Oh, Matt moved on to the slide puzzle.
Trying to unlock their box.
Is Travis, are you sending it? Is that what you're saying?
He sent it to me. Hold on. I'll pull it up.
Gotcha. Oh, it's one of these.
Wait,
One
can you
number-
send it to me, Hannah?
Yeah, let's see. One number is correct and in the right place. One number is correct but in the wrong place. Two numbers are correct but in the wrong place. I'm already done. I'm out.
I had this when I played Justin's game.
I've never seen this.
Wait, two numbers are correct.
So wait, what's the combination is
one number,
3 digits.
So it's got to be 1 and 3.
Oh, it's by line.
That guy.
Okay, so it's got to be 3.
Try to zoom in more.
Yeah.
You think it's
number
3?
correct, but in the wrong place.
No, I think it's 1. I think it's 1.
2 numbers are
3. I think it's 113.
No, the 6 is in there. So I think it's 316. That's my guess.
One number is correct, but in the wrong place.
Wait,
Sorry. 163.
America, explain.
No, 1.
2 numbers are correct and in the right place.
No, wait a
In the
second.
wrong place.
No, it's the bottom one that's confusing.
Oh.
3 is in the last position.
2 numbers are correct and in the right place. Okay, so it's got to. But no, that doesn't make sense.
No, it can't. That doesn't match the first one.
Wait, I don't think this is possible.
I think it's 813.
One number.
No, that doesn't match the first one.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be 6 because of. Oh no, it's okay. Wait. No, you're right. I think it's 8 because the second one number is correct but in the wrong place. 2 numbers are correct but in the wrong. Oh no! Wait. Okay, is it 3? Is it 1, 5, and 6? Are those the 3 numbers?
No, it can't be.
No, it
I don't
can't
get
be.
the bottom one. 2 numbers are correct and in the right place?
853.
No, it can't be.
853. Why not?
Oh wait. You might be right. Yeah.
So what do all of these middle numbers mean?
Oh, 853. Yeah,
you're right. 853.
Becca!
Listen.
Yeah, that's it.
All
you need to bow down to the winner. The winner knows best.
Travis got that, Becca. Like, come on. Travis is the numbers guy.
Yeah, that lost me.
To the slide puzzle.
All right, let's get a link to the slide puzzle. That's what I want.
That I don't have.
Who just moved on?
I love. Oh my gosh! Can we all try to solve? I love the slide.
Becca.
My tribe sucks at slide puzzles and legacy.
Oh, you're on the West Coast.
John, fast enough at slide puzzles.
Why? What's up?
I was gonna ask if you're watching Bachelorette.
I'm not. It's later for me.
Is there slide puzzles on here? No. Sam Lloyd puzzles. What are Sam Lloyd puzzles?
I don't know.
Okay, sorry. Off topic. for another time.
One. Go back.
This is a puzzle stream now.
For real? Discovering puzzles. So who needs to win this? Matt, right?
I think Matt definitely needs to win.
He needs to win out.
Win everything if he wants to get there. I also think John is threatening.
Once you're done with your slide puzzle, make sure you take a photo of it. Put it in the Nazi tribe chat, the main merge chat.
And that's who the winner is, right? Whoever puts it in the Motzi tribe. I'll pull it up so we can see.
Yeah, I do think John does have that story going for him, but I'm not sure how well he can plan this speech out with someone who as seemingly as genuine as Matt is. It feels like Matt is very straightforward and to the point, and it seems like he's been in power this whole time. So I imagine he's the one to beat.
Oh yeah, yep.
Make it there though? Can Matt make it there?
That's a good question.
That's the real question. If Matt gets there, I don't think he loses.
I think he wins whoever he's against. Because like Rachel gave him an advantage when Rachel gave him an advantage after he voted her out. Like he's beloved.
Surprise fest, guys, to the stream.
Oh,
moving on.
Gadgets. This is my friend's cat.
College cat.
This is my friend with the college cat.
Hello.
Okay, also I live for the Winston Matthew content.
Joe and John, fast enough to catch up with Hannah and Matt.
I check Facebook like every day to see Justin's
Complete your slide puzzle. Take a photo of it, put it in the Monty merch chat. It will be you. Guaranteed spot in the final 3.
She has like a meeting that the cat can't be seen. So she drops it in my room.
I just can't. How long is that cat going to be able to be there?
She's trying to register it as an emotional service or support animal or whatever.
Oh, right.
She's just chilling.
Are they still working on the puzzle?
Yeah. Slide
Right.
puzzle. That's why I have the Facebook chat up. I mean, whoever finishes.
Oh, for the W. Oh, okay.
So I think they're all on it right now.
No,
Becca, you said you love a slide puzzle?
I love slide puzzles.
We'll clutch this.
I really like slide puzzles. When I was in like middle school, I used to do them a lot in class. In high school, I used to do them a lot in class, and like then like when I started watching Survivor more and I saw how much they did them, I like kept doing them.
So what do you mean you would do them in class? Like on a digital thing?
Like on my laptop. We had laptops at my high school. Everyone had a laptop, so like all the teachers relied on you like doing notes on your laptop.
No.
And on Mac, it used to be like if you just slid over, there was like this Launchpad dashboard. I don't think they have it on Macs anymore, but it was just like you'd slide to the left and it was like a pre-built game, and the thing was like a slide puzzle. So I just did it often because it was there and I could just slide out of it if I wanted to. Living my life risky in high school. Wow, I look like such a mess today. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. I'm trying to solve this puzzle.
How big is the slide puzzle? Do we know?
No. I don't. Like a 5x5 would take this long, right?
Who's gonna get?
This is taking a while for a 5x5.
Yeah, I was gonna say it honestly like depends. It depends on who they are. If they like don't usually do slide puzzles, they could take them a really, really long time. But like Trey, yeah, I think if anyone in here like does a lot of slide puzzles and they're given a 5x5, and chances are one of them likes slide puzzles, but
yeah,
it's like a 5x5 wouldn't have taken this long.
Must accidentally X'd out of my time.
I don't know. Or if Justin gave them like a freaking 12x12. I would have loved to see that.
Guys, John just said he might have accidentally exited out of the tab.
Oh, that sucks.
John,
This
no.
light is like so blinding.
Hannah, want to play a game?
Yes.
Okay, say Coca-Cola without your lips touching.
I'm scared I'm going to say something bad.
No, you're not. You're not, I promise.
Oh. Cola.
Okay, now say Coca-Cola normally.
Coca-Cola. Oh my gosh.
I was like, they don't need a touch for that.
That's a fun game.
Oh my god.
Wait, Coca-Cola. Fun.
It's pretty
Take you off this live stream.
That was an interesting mouth position that you used
like,
in the first round of
Like,
that.
why didn't you just try it first, like just Coca-Cola?
Becca, you look like a Instagram filter.
Thank you. The light, like the regular
Oh,
light.
guys,
is
you have Joe just submitted something.
Joe has completed the slide puzzle and has won Final Four immunity.
That was a marathon of a challenge.
And congratulations.
That was a long challenge. I watched like a whole episode of that challenge.
Wow.
Thanks. I don't even understand how that just happened.
Congratulations, Joe. You are immune. I will give you guys, as you might imagine, that took a little longer than I expected. So we're running a little behind. So I'll give you guys a minute or two to strategize, but we're going to go pretty much right into tribal council.
Justin is so fun. He's like, I love you guys, but you suck. You took too long.
I'll give you about 2 minutes.
Wow. 2 minutes at Final Four is that's tough. That's a tough one to hear, I will say.
Yeah, it's super tough, but like it's kind of obvious they're gonna vote Matt, right?
Oh yeah, Matt didn't lose, huh? Didn't
It
win.
very well could be an obvious vote.
It's making it worse.
Dang.
So they're all voting Matt, right?
I
Does
think so.
does Matt
I
have
think it
any?
makes sense. Why would they not vote?
Does Matt have like an additional like alliance, like anybody that he's like super duper close with?
We voted them out.
Everybody. Matt was
No.
everybody. Yeah, and he voted them out. That's right, Becca. You know, kind of the justice he deserves. Just kidding. But like, you know, you do want more time for him to have more time to give a pitch.
All right, if everybody can please hop back.
Ooh, that wasn't 2 minutes.
I mean, but it's 10 o'clock and they still have to do final tribal and another challenge.
Sorry for the quick strategy time there.
At least maybe we'll see a live tribal. All right, let me pull this back up.
All right, I'm gonna jump off,
All right.
but I'll be back later.
Okay. All right, I'll put the main.
No worries. All right, Joe, man of the hour. I'll start with you. Big come from behind win. I was kind of joking, but it sounded like it looked to me like you were just sending me random numbers at that point. Is that was there a strategy to the numbers you were sending me towards the end of that?
There was. I got it down to like 3 different patterns, and then I just knew that I was missing one more number.
Got it.
So yes, and I also freaking went right by the maze exit and was just going off into oblivion. So I had to go back and do that too.
Well, congratulations. Over to you next. You were the first to finish the first 2 stages. Was the slide puzzle a little bit of your kryptonite, do you think?
That's from me, right?
Yeah, Matt.
Okay, yeah. The slide puzzle was difficult for me. I'm not really good at those, obviously. I tried for a while. I think I got kind of close, but I'm just not good at them. So I wasn't able to fully figure it out. But I mean, like the combination part, I started off just doing kind of the random numbers thing. And then I actually read it and I kind of figured out kind of what was going on there. So then I was able to figure out what the number was just from the clue thing there. But I knew that slide puzzle was going to be death for me. And it definitely was. So.
Got it. John, fatal mistake. Maybe how close were you to finishing the slide puzzle when you X'd out?
Oh, I wasn't even close.
Oh, okay. So maybe not a fatal mistake.
Or honestly.
And Hannah, you got through that first stage after some struggles, but maybe that slide puzzle was your kryptonite for sure.
I should have listened to Susan when she sent us way back in the New Neuro Tribe. She sent us all a tutorial how to do slide puzzles, and I was too busy to do it. Susan, you are the real winner here. You would have gotten that slide puzzle. But yeah, that was my kryptonite, absolutely.
All right, if there's anything anybody would like to say, now's the time to do it. Otherwise, please submit your vote. Anything anybody wants to say in open forum. All right, please send over your vote as soon as possible.
I love all you guys.
That's not what I wanted to do.
Yes, too. This is crazy.
All right. Once I read the votes, the person will be asked to stick around and join the jury. So don't go anywhere, please. There are no more idols in play. So we will just get to the vote. First vote, Matt. Next vote, Hannah. Next vote, Matt. And the last vote is for Matt. Matt, I'm sorry, 3 votes. You are now a member of the jury. Don't go anywhere. If I could ask the rest of the jury members to please turn on their cameras. Don't go anywhere, Matt. Come back. If I could have all the jury members please turn on the cameras. We got Brendan, we got Megs. I need the rest of you. Kristen, I need Rachel, I need Ty. Rachel and Ty. And Rachel. Ty, are you out there, buddy?
Ty's not in the call, I think.
Oh. That's a great observation. Thank you. Perfect. Jury members, thank you for joining us. We are running a tiny bit late, so I hope everyone's okay to stick around. And if you're not, please just private message me and I'll try to handle that. I do want to let everybody know that Kayla's dealing with a family emergency and cannot be here live with us. I am going to record the final players' opening remarks and try to send them to her so she at least has that. But she will still be voting. She just can't watch the full final tribal. And we just send her love and hope she's okay. So welcome, jury members. Hopefully we'll get Ty in here quickly. And congratulations to our final three, Hannah, Joe, and John. You might think it's over, but it is not. We are moving into our final immunity challenge, and we will be having a final two. So the jury is here to witness that and watch you as you compete in your final immunity challenge. This is called a bit dicey. So John, Joe, and Hannah, you're going to grab your spoon and your dice once again. I love how I tricked you thinking that was the only time you're going to use it. For round one, you're going to hold your spoon in your mouth with the handle end, and it must be in the middle of your mouth. You cannot clamp it on either side. Like that. Okay. When I say go, you have to let go of your spoon and you cannot touch it again or readjust it. If you touch your spoon when I say go, you're out of the challenge. I'll then ask you a question pertaining to things that have happened in the game so far. Take your first die, and you're going to place it on the spoon with a number facing out of the number that corresponds to the answer of the question. So if there's a question where the answer is 6, you put 6 facing out and you put it there. You are then going to stack your die for each question, right? So I'm going to ask multiple questions. You will stack your dies on top of each other. You have approximately 10 seconds to get your hand off the die. Once you let go, you cannot touch it again. After a few minutes, probably not a few minutes, we're going to move fast on this. I'm going to ask another question. You'll grab your second die. Once again, you're going to stack it with the number facing out of the answer to the question. Continue to do this for all 5 dice. When placing your die, you can't adjust anything else. Just touch that one die, place it on top. If you place the incorrect number or your dice stack falls at any time in any way, you're out of the challenge. So those that survive round 1, if we have more than one survivor, we'll move on to round 2, where we're going to make some adjustments to make it a little bit harder. The last player standing wins the final immunity, which allows them to determine who's they're going to take them to the final 2, and they will also have a special power. All right? So keep that in mind. It's very important to win this. So with that being said, if everybody can grab their spoons, get it in your mouth, wherever you want it.
How many dice do we need for this?
Sorry?
How many dice do we need? Still 5?
5, yeah.
Okay.
Right? Yep. As long as it's in the center of your mouth, that's fine. Just in the center, please. Perfect. All right, I'll give you 5 more seconds to adjust it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. And then we're going to go to our first question. How many players started on each tribe when the game began? So you'll grab your first die and place that on your spoon. How many players on each tribe when the game began? You have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I need to be able to see it, Hannah. Yep. Okay. Everybody's got 6. Everybody's good. Make sure you don't touch that dice or the spoon again. All right. Everybody's good. Everybody's locked in. Next one. How many chalices did the new Zulon tribe have to hide in the hide and seek immunity challenge? How many chalices did the new Zulon have to hide? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4 is correct. 4 is correct. Next question. How many people were voted out in episode 2? How many people were voted out in episode 2? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Hannah, you got to make sure I see a number. I can't see which one it is. 2, 1. 3 is correct. Hannah, I'm sorry, you are out of the challenge. John and Joe, you are still in. Make sure you're not touching it. Make sure your dice don't fall. Your next question. What number immunity challenge was called How Many Did You Say? Was it the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth? It's called What? How Many Did You Say? How many did you say? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Joe has won. John, you have won the final immunity. Congratulations. You will make the decision on who you are bringing with you to the final 2, and you have a special power. I'm going to say what that power is right now. So we have some, I did offer this to all players who've been voted out prior. Only a few of them could join us tonight, but you are going to add a 9th member to the jury. So for those who are here, you will be able to add, I believe we have Donna, Bill, and Crystal who are able to join us tonight. So you are going to pick one of those 3 to become a 9th jury member. So Donna, Bill, and Crystal are your so whoever you pick out of those 3 will turn on their camera and be a jury member just like everyone else. And so keep that in mind. But first, you need your decision on who you're bringing with you to the final 2. I'm going to give both Hannah and Joe an opportunity to say a little something to you. And you can decide, John, who you'd like to hear from first.
Hannah, please.
All right, so Hannah, this is your pitch to John of why he should keep you and take you to the final 2.
John, we've been in this for a while, all night and all week. You've been my rock, and I'd love to go to the end with you. I think it's going to be the best game possible if it's the 2 of us sitting next to each other, and I'd be honored to sit next to you.
All right, and Joe?
You know how close we were at the beginning of the game, and you know how much we worked together once you got back in, stayed up all hours on Tuesday night to strategize. I've clearly made a lot of enemies, so I feel like the best shot is against me, and I respect whatever decision that you decide.
All right, John, do you have your decision?
Yes, I do.
All right. You can state it out. Yeah.
Okay, so this by no means is an easy decision. I don't even know if this is the right decision to have me win the game. But Hannah, I've been working with Joe since week 1, day 1, since the tribe swap. We've had a final 2 and final 3 with Matt, and I want to honor my word. I want to show that I've been loyal, and I'm sorry. I wish that this was a final 3 tribal council, but I told Joe that I would stick with him, and I wish that it could be the 3 of us, but I'm sorry. I picked Joe.
All right, so Hannah becomes our 3rd jury member. So John and Joe, you are the final 2. Congratulations. We are now going to move into our final tribal council. So how this works is each of you will make quick opening statements. I'm going to give you a max of 2 minutes. Please keep them concise. I'm going to time them. And then each jury member will be able to make a statement or ask a question to the final 2. Please keep your answers clear and concise. I would like to try to have each jury member's thing only take about 3 minutes. We are running late, so if we can make it even shorter, that would be great. And then you'll be able to make a short closing statement after that. And then jury, you're going to send me private messages of the name of the person you want to win. It's again the person you want to win. You're not voting out somebody, it's who you want to win. Okay. Before we get to that, John, you are able to add a jury member out of Bill, Crystal, and Donna. Do you have one that you would like to select?
Yes, I would select Crystal, please.
Crystal. All right, Crystal, if you can turn on your camera and rejoin the jury. There she is. Welcome, Crystal. I'm just trying to get Ty on. Is he trying to join? So final 2, I'll give you a moment to gather your thoughts about your final speeches. And jury members, don't vote yet. You should gather your thoughts of what question or statement you want to make. You can make a short statement. Don't have to ask a question. Or you can ask a question. We'll just try to keep And once again, I'm going to record the opening statements for Kayla. So that's my thing. How's that going to work? I'm not just going to take that. You guys still hear me? Yes? Okay, cool. Oh, Ty, stressing me out. All right, well, we're going to get started, and I will post these for Ty as well. John, because you're the final immunity winner, you can decide if you want to go first or second on opening statements.
I'll go second, please.
I'm going to go second. All right, let me just turn up my volume here as loud as I can. All right, Joe, opening statement.
All right, hi everybody. Coming into this game, I knew that it was going to move quick. So I wrote down 4 people's names when we were all in intros. That was John, Brendan, Rachel, and Megs. As soon as we got onto our Nero tribe, I went right to Brendan. I said, we need to work together. I went right to Megan, and I went right to Rachel. And when they asked me who I felt good about, I said the others. We had a 4-person alliance created in literally the first couple minutes. We won all the challenges. Brendan and I went over to the other tribe on the bottom. We just came from a tribe that won every challenge. We needed to move quick. I already knew I wanted to work with John, and I knew that he'd be close to Matt because they had gone through some tribals. So I went to Brendan. I said, we got to work with John and Matt. We went to them, made sure we were all good. We had our targets in Casey, Donna, and Ty. The swap happened at the second episode. Susan gets moved over. As soon as Justin dragged her picture over, I went right into her inbox. I was like, Susan, let's go. We got this. There's already plans in place. You're safe. Do not worry. She did not play her idol in that first tribal, and we were able to get out Casey with an idol in his pocket. Matt, we had a final 2 from week 1, but I knew as soon as I hung up the phone with you that you were going to be someone who was going to demolish me in the final. So I knew from that moment that you were going to have to be somebody that I would have to take out to win, and I did that. In the merge, Rachel, Megs, we got right back together with the undeciders, and you were my people. I wanted to get to the final 4 with you guys, and I wanted Matt there too. I wasn't able to connect with a lot of people in the merge. I had a huge target on my back. Me and Brendan were enemies, public enemy number 1 and 2. So I had to step back. I knew he would play aggressively and tough and make his target bigger. So I knew that there was no way him and I were getting to the end because I know he'd get taken out before me. And I had to step back, and that's the strategy that I had. Megs, you were
10 seconds.
I needed to take you out. Again, you would have won. The very first conversation we had, I saw you were taking notes. You were sussing out everybody. And if there's anything that you guys need to know from me, ask me, and I will literally tell you everything. Sorry.
Who's the final 2?
Hi, Ty. Can you turn on your camera, please?
Yeah.
What you missed is Joe and John are now the final 2.
Okay.
John won the final immunity challenge. He was able to add a jury member from anybody that has been voted out previous to the jury. He added Crystal. So that's why you see Crystal on your screen as well. So there's 9 jury members. Kayla is not able to be here. She has a family emergency, so we wish her love. Send her love. I'm recording the opening statement so I can send those to her. At least she has that to go on. All right. So Ty, you'll have an opportunity to make a quick statement or ask a quick question shortly. We're running a little late, so we want to try to keep these quick. But John, go ahead.
Okay, so when I got into this game, I knew I was going to have to find people that I can trust and make it to the end with. Crystal and I, from day 1, moment 1, as soon as we got our tribes, we were in each other's DMs, and we made a final 2. We added Matt to that later on, and the 3 of us were able to survive 3 of the first 4 tribal councils. We did not have the luck on our original Zulon tribe, and going into the tribe swap, I knew that I was going to have to work hard in order to stay in this game. So I relied on my social game to work and try to find common ground with every single person on my tribe. And on the new Zulon tribe, I was able to also approach Joe and make a final 2 with him. So my allies this game have been Matt and Joe. Once Crystal and I were on separate tribes, I was looking forward to getting to the merge and having the 4 of us get back together. I had my alliance with Matt, Joe, Brendan, and myself, and unfortunately, due to getting idled out, my time was ended a little quick, a little short on week 2. But I knew that I had what it took to fight in this game, and I won advantages when I had to. I was sent to Pandora's Island right at the end of the tribe swap, and I wasn't scared to make a big move, and I got an advantage that unfortunately I wasn't able to use in the game, but I had an advantage to do the swap 2 players on the tribe. I also was the one to get the tree mail from the idol from the first tree mail. I was looking for clues, I was looking for advantages, and I wasn't scared to make a big move. I also was able to get the second tree mail, which is what
15 seconds.
Which is what gave me the advantage in the Pandora's Island challenge and ultimately got me back in the game. Getting back from Pandora's Island, I knew I'd be a big target, and I really relied on building social connections with everyone in this game, and it was really hard going into tonight because I knew I was going to have to turn on people, and I'm sorry for the people I had to turn on tonight, but that's what I had to do to get to the end.
Great. All right, so we'll start with questions. Again, guys, I know we're running a little late, so I appreciate your time. And if you do need to bounce, just message me privately. And if you already know who you want to vote for, that's okay. Just make sure you submit a vote before you need to go. Hopefully you'll stick around. I have some fun surprises at the end, so I want you to stay. All right, so we're gonna just go in order. So we'll have Brendan go first and try to keep these as quick as you can.
Hi, boys. So good to see you two at the end. So cool. I don't really have a question, just sort of a statement. Joe, you were like my ride or die this season. So it's very likely that I will write your name down tonight. However, I can't say for certain. So John, my advice for you tonight, to get my vote anyway, you need to show me that you played by far the best game this week. I know what you did before you went home. You did go home in sort of like a cheesy, unfortunate, unlucky way to go, and I do pardon that. So tonight, you need to show me what you did that surpasses everybody else who played tonight. And if you can do that, I'm willing to give you my vote. But that's it.
Great. I just sent the stuff over to Kayla, so I think next would be Kristen.
Okay, I didn't know what I was going to ask. I will go with a question for Joe and John. Do you think you played an honest game, and why?
All right. John, we'll start with you first this time.
So I tried to play as honest of a game as I could, and I was really deliberate in what information I told to certain people, and I didn't want to have to lie directly to anyone. So at times I omitted certain information that wasn't going to be beneficial for the relationship with those people. But the only lie I told in this game was yesterday when I created the story that Ty was putting out Joe's name because I was trying to make sure that Joe wasn't going to go home at Final 7.
And Joe?
I played an honest game where I could. I played very close to the chest. I know you guys know that. When I recognized that someone was turning, that's when I had to switch up my strategy. So Rachel and Megs, I felt like, especially once Brendan went, I needed to switch up my game a little bit because I knew that the undeciders were not a Final Four, and I had to, pivot in that moment. I had to keep up appearances because at the Final 7, there was not that many people left, and I had to, change up my strategy there and make sure I was still good with you. But, I knew that I felt like you guys were just after me from the information that I was getting. Matt, I was definitely honest with you all the way up until just that last round. Like, I always knew that you were going to be someone that would beat me. I felt like I went to you a lot for help. I needed to sort of lean into the fact that I didn't really, I didn't really know what I was doing, because I knew that I felt like you knew that you could beat me in the end, and I had to just keep up that we were in a Final 2 throughout. So I was honest up until that last round at Final 4 where I had to cut you loose. I don't know how we're on to, but I tried to play an honest game to the alliances that I had, and when I knew something was turning and when I knew I had to step back or strengthen other alliances, I had to do that.
Can I add something really quick?
Sure, very quickly.
Okay, Matt, I just want to say to you, I was with you, but when that deal happened with Rachel tonight, I got a gut feeling that you guys were working together, and that's why we had to turn on you. But I was ride or die, me, Matt, and you. me, Matt, and Joe this whole game. So I just want you to know that.
All right. And guys, I'm going to ask, I know it's hard, but I'm going to ask that we try to keep any sort of private chatting to like limits or none, right? I want you to really stay focused on their answers and make sure you're making your own opinions, not group chatting about how much you hate them, okay? I'm just kidding. Ty, you're up next. Let's make it quick.
Okay. This game's been awesome. I had a great time. I didn't really catch the end there. Sorry for that. But I'm going to try to keep an open-ended question here so that it doesn't have anything to do with me or making it about me or making it about your end game. So I'm going to ask, what is the biggest move that you made that not a lot of people knew about? And that's for both of you.
All right, we'll start with Joe. Try to make it quick.
Honestly, I think it was reconnecting with John when he got back into the game and realizing that he was the one that I had to go to the end with. Our connection was so strong. He also won the idol and sent it to me. That's how strong our connection was in week 1. He didn't send it to Brendan. He didn't send it to Matt. He sent me a 24-hour idol. I had to stay up and send Justin a message once an hour for 24 hours straight, 2 nights before the game. And I knew I needed that idol. I had to do that. So it was my connection with him that got me that. And when he got back into the game, that was the perfect move for me. I had more options. I knew Megs and Rachel were iffy on me, and they, you know, I don't think we would have made it. I don't think you two would have made it to the final 3. So I think just my connection with John when he came back into the game, I tried to downplay, and I felt like the moves that we made were the move that maybe people weren't expecting.
All right, John.
I want to echo that, and I want to add some information. So yes, I was the one who sent Joe his idol that he played in the 3rd week. So once I got that advantage from the tree mail from Pandora's Island, I had to send a 24-hour idol, and I knew that if I got back to the game, Joe would be working with me. I also knew that he would be the person most likely to actually be able to effectively get the 24-hour idol done, just because of how much game we had talked previously. My relationship with Joe and with Matt, being able to downplay that coming back from Pandora's Island, I think is my biggest move, because no one really targeted the 3 of us as a pair. I was able to talk with everyone this past week and downplay these relationships. I think that if people actually knew how close we were, I would have been the target and I would have been gone at 7. Being able to downplay that and making it to the final and winning when I had to, winning immunities when I had to, winning advantages when I had to, winning an idol idols when I had to, that's what ultimately I think I'm most proud of in my game, and one of the biggest moves that I don't think everyone here knows about.
Great, Megs.
Okay. Literally all of us knew that both of you were together the whole time, so that wasn't hidden, and we definitely wanted both of you out. So we all knew that you were lying to us the whole time. But my only question is for Joe. I just want to know what you feel like your defining moment was. Like, what should we remember you for this game?
It has to be taking out Matt at 4 and winning immunity and taking out Matt. He was the biggest threat next to you. I feel like it was a tough decision, but I knew that I'd have a better shot. Thinking possibly that it was final 3 with Hannah and John. But honestly, John and I had planned for a final 2 just in case. So I feel like Matt was the biggest threat. He was covered by everyone. He had that. I sussed out that he had some sort of connection with either you or Rachel because of just some information that got back to me, and I just knew that had I gone to the end with Matt, there's no way I would have won. So I had to take him out at 4. I won that immunity coming from behind. I was dropping my dice every 5 seconds. Like that's the biggest move that I made to get myself to the end.
All right, great. Rachel.
I'll just go with, what was one thing you wish you could do differently or wish could work out a possible different way? I mean, maybe that's a stupid question because you guys got to the end, so you wouldn't change anything. But is there's like a move you replayed in your head, maybe earlier in the game or anything like that?
I'll start with John.
Well, I think the glaring mistake that I made was going home week 2, Tribal 2. Going home with an idol in my pocket was pretty devastating as a fan. Not playing it correctly was just something I was kicking myself in the butt for an entire week. And I wasn't confident in my ability to win the challenge to get back into the game. So I thought it was over for me. Having the chance to get back into the game and redeem myself was really important for me. But definitely, I would have played my idol at the tribal that I went home at.
And Joe?
I would have said throwing a vote on Donna at that tribal that John went home because that was devastating. But honestly, I really found myself in a interesting spot at the merge when Brendan and I's names were out there, and I really did want to make more connections and reach out to more people, but I knew I had to step back because if I would have played more aggressively, if I would have reached out to people multiple times, like I was noticing people weren't responding back. They were thumbsing up my message and just not saying anything. So I knew that I wasn't a part of the plans. So it didn't make sense for me to keep reaching out to them and make a bigger target for myself. So I do regret not making a couple more connections at the merge, but I felt like I was set up in the alliances that I had to get myself to the end. I made it to the final 6 with 3 people that I was in an alliance with. Everybody that went home at merge were people that was either against me, didn't want to talk to me, or didn't want to have me in my plan, and didn't want to have me in their plans. That wasn't a mistake. I made sure people went home who were against me or not working with me.
All right.
All right. So it's good to know that Joe was never planning on taking it to the end. That really wasn't my biggest avenue to get to the end at that point. I wanted to have it as an option, but it definitely wasn't the thing that I was relying on. I feel a little bit more burned by John because me and him did make a pretty tight alliance very early on in the game. And I understand the reasoning that you say with the whole thing that happened with Rachel, but once Rachel went out, you could have still worked with me because I can't work with her at that point. So I'm not sure why you couldn't have thrown me a vote there and tried to help me get to the final 3 if we were really that tight. So I feel a little bit more burned by that. I don't feel as burned by Joe. And I feel like Joe played the game the whole way through. It's one of the reasons why I'm kind of leaning towards voting Joe. You can give me a reason why I should vote for you after you burned me like that after the first week and not being in the game for a couple weeks of the game. I will vote for you, but you need to give me a good reason at this point.
Well, I mean, Matt, voting you out was the most difficult decision I had to make, but you were the biggest threat to win when it came down to it. I knew that it was an uphill battle no matter who I sat next to because I had a whole week off of this game. And I know that you survived every single tribal council except for the one that you went home at and the one that you didn't have to go to during our first week on Old Zuon. So I knew that if you're in the end next to me, you're beating me. And then it was kind of like an excuse. Then when I saw you were working with Rachel, it kind of gave me the okay to make a move that I thought would be better for my game. And by no means do I think that this is going my way right now. I think that Joe has a great story. And I think that if I was against you, it would have been a unanimous vote. And I think at least by giving myself the chance to go to the end with Joe, I think I have more of a fighting shot. And yeah, I mean, you'll see in my confessionals when they come out, the entire game I've been saying that I want to stay loyal to you. And then I just got this feeling and then it gave me the okay once I saw there was a side deal with Rachel and Joe was feeding me information all week that he thought you were with Megs and Rachel. So yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't want to have to cut you.
Anna, wrap it up for us.
So there's been a lot of great questions. Sorry, there've been a lot of great questions so far and great answers from both of you. But I'm going to switch it up and ask about a different type of vote. What is your voting plan for next week's election?
Right, Joe.
So Tennessee has early voting, so I actually voted last week. So I'm already done. I'm good to go. And I've been on all of my friends here literally every day to make sure they get out there. We have like 2.5 weeks to vote before the election. That's crazy. Like, I feel like every state should have that. And you better believe every day I'm texting every friend here to make sure that they voted, because it's so freaking important, especially this year for a lot of people.
I'm going to invite you to be more specific, and I'll just leave it at that. But you can win more points if you're a little more specific there.
About my voting plan?
Yeah, about who you voted for.
Oh, I don't mind sharing that at all. I voted for Biden easily. There's so much on the line in this election. LGBTQ plus rights, that affects me. I want to make sure, like, our rights are on the line. People of color, minorities, people with disabilities. Like, there are so many people that this election will affect depending on the winner. So I 100% voted for Biden, because I know that with the current administration, things will just be a mess. Look what they just did with Amy Coney Barrett. They just put her through the Supreme Court. Like, that is freaking scary. Like, I live in Tennessee. It's a red state. That is absolutely terrifying for me. So my vote was 1,000% for Biden. I have no problem sharing. I'm proud of that. Thank you.
All right, John.
Yeah, I will also proudly tell you that I voted for Biden on the second day of early voting in Texas, because I want to flip Texas blue. And like Joe, the LGBT rights affect me, and I would like to get married one day. And having the new justice that was just appointed yesterday directly impacts me. I'm also a person of color. My mom, I'm Latin, and just I feel like there's so much on the line, and I've been donating to Senate races, and I've been having difficult conversations with friends and family, and yeah, I mean, I'm hoping Texas goes blue and that my vote counts for something.
Great. And Crystal, sorry, I've almost forgot you. Do you have a question or a statement?
I do, actually. You know, I'm not surprised to see that you two are the final two. Like John had mentioned, as soon as the tribes were announced the first night, we immediately made an agreement and continued that as long as we could. And Joe, I had identified you as the biggest threat that very first conversation I had with John. So I am not surprised at all that it is the two of you here. As far as I'm concerned, you're the most deserving. So my question is actually, if you could play this game all over again, you could go back 4 weeks and play it with the same people and do all the same challenges, what is something you would do differently?
We'll finish up with Joe.
Honestly, it was the vote that John went home. Susan had come over from the swap, and I felt like because I messaged her right away, she was so comfortable, and she didn't play her idol in that first tribal council that we went to. But then she must have got spooked the second time. But I literally waited minutes to vote, because I was like, I need to throw a vote at Donna just in case Susan does have an idol and plays it. And I could have easily went home there. And that is something that I definitely regret doing, because I feel like me, John, Brendan, and Matt would have been a huge force in the merge. So that's definitely my biggest. If I would do it all over again, I would definitely have thrown a vote on Donna at that point.
And John?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going back to that same vote because I feel like that was the worst part of my game, and I think that's kind of why it's hard to defend myself at Final Tribal Council. I missed out on a whole week. So I think that if I were to have listened to Brendan and to Matt at the time about the splits between Donna and Susan, I'd be in a really different position right now. Who knows if I would have made it to this point, but I think that my read was off in that vote, and if we would have split the vote and had Donna go instead of me, that would have changed the whole game.
All right, I'm going to give you guys each 1 minute to do a quick wrap up. Just 1 minute of your final pitch to the jury to get them to sway your vote. We started with Joe last time, so we'll start with John this time.
Okay, well, I know that this is difficult. Kristen, I've never played with you before, so I hope that you get an understanding of the type of game that I was trying to play. Matt, I did not ever want to have to turn against you, and I'm sorry. That was definitely one of the hardest moves I've made in this game. I hope you guys can respect that when my life was on the line in this game, I had to pull out wins. I had to win advantages. I had to win foods, and I played this game, and I played Pandora's box, and I used it to my advantage. And I think that I tried to play as honest of a game as I could, and I think I found an ally in Joe, and I knew that getting him to the end would have at least showed that I was loyal to someone. And I think I hope you can respect my game and just understand that any of the difficult decisions that I made tonight were not easy. And I hope that you can see that this was a really hard game, and I tried my best, and I think that I played a social game, and I won challenges when I had to.
All right, Joe.
All right, everybody. I mean, I came into this game, I'm not working right now. I have so much freaking free time. The amount of strategy talk that I've done with Alexa is probably scary. But I knew that things were going to move quick. I made decisions quickly when I had to. I fought when I had to. When I got to the merge, I had to step back. I had to. I couldn't play aggressively because I knew that I'd be taken out. Crystal, I know that you said that I was a threat. That was told to me, and I was like, okay, she's not going to, I had to step back. I couldn't message you aggressively because I knew that you weren't going to work with me. I already knew that. But I made decisions when I had to. I won that Final Four immunity. I fought. I really did. This game is tough, and it was so hard, voting you guys out. But I know that we all respect the game, and I had to play how I needed to. I used my idol to get off the block to try to save Brendan there, and I tried to stay loyal as much as I could. But if I noticed something turning, I didn't. I respect all of your decisions. It's been awesome, and I appreciate getting to play this game. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, final two. All right, jury, it is now time to vote. So the 9 of you, I need you to submit your vote to me privately, as you have been doing all week. Just to me, not to the chat, not to Zoom, no one like that, just me. The name of the person you want to win. It's not the person you're voting out, it's the person you want to win the game, win the $100 prize, win the title of Soul Survivor for Survivor Pandora Season 6. So please send that as soon as you can.
I guess we could talk real quick about what we think the vote is going to be as he tallies it, right?
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Joe?
I think Joe's going to come out with the win. I don't know how close. John did a great job.
I don't know if I watched enough of the game though. It depends if this jury is basing it on FTC or on the game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if
always
you're basing it off of Final Tribal? What would you say?
I would say it might be Joe. Yeah.
Yeah, his storytelling with his answers was really good, and when
it was good. When someone asked them if they think they played loyal, and John was like, "Yeah, I played loyal," but Joe was like, "Okay, well, I played like this, and then when this happened, I had to change things around." I'm like, "Oh, yeah. Nice."
And he answered it in a way that respected people. You guys were a big threat, so I did this, right? I think John did the same thing as well.
Yeah, I think John did that too, but he kept putting himself down.
No, he didn't do it a ton, but he did it enough to notice
All
it.
right.
Here we go.
That's what I'm saying. Oh,
yeah.
So now we're going to move to the live reunion for the reading of the votes. So if any other people
I don't know if we should stay on the stream or
Bill might
go
still
back.
be here, and Donna, you're welcome.
Should we go to the Zoom?
Camera, if you'd like to do
No.
that.
Do you guys want to stay on the
Anyone's
stream, or should I
welcome
just put
to
this full screen?
join.
If we're just going to read the votes, so we can just stay here.
Okay.
There she is.
Look how he put Survivor Pandora on the screen.
Oh my God. He's such a dork. God.
At reunions, right? They do like little promos and little.
Hey, that's me.
You guys are amazing. This is an amazing cast. And if I have one
Where you at,
recommendation
Becca?
out there for you, it
Wait,
is
where
that
am I
you
at?
look into and sign up for what's called Survivor.
Freaking dang it.
I did it in 2019.
Yep.
Donna
Yep.
was on the tribe. I had to vote Donna out. It's the worst thing. I know how you guys feel. She was amazing. That's how I met Donna. And it is basically a real life version of Survivor out in Macomb, Illinois. You do it for a long weekend in July, I think. Is what they're doing again next year. It is the closest thing you'll ever get to Survivor. It is the most fun thing you'll ever do.
Justin's face.
And it changed my life. And I made a bunch of friends through it. A lot of them are on production or have played the game before. And so it's an amazing time. I hope you guys will do it because it's a blast. So definitely follow them on Facebook. Check out YouTube. You can actually watch some of our episodes from summer of 2019 that are being put out right now. Hannah, who's on production, does the editing. She does an amazing job. So there's also a bunch of Facebook groups out there. I hope you guys are following for live reality games or online reality games. This community is crazy big. I had no idea how big it was when I even started doing this game. And there's just so many games out there to play. So definitely, I'll send these links. I don't know why I put them.
Justin's was the first game I played, and I've played 2 more since. And I'm also hosting one on Discord now.
Discord.
Yeah. It's quite the turnaround.
It's only been a couple months, right?
I want to say Justin
Yeah.
is the second game I've played.
You know people that might be interested.
I played
Blood versus Water.
Let me know. It might be a mix of former players and a mix of new players. So if any of you have a family member that would be interested and you want to come back and try again,
Justin, take me and Noah.
January.
Take me and Noah. I swear.
Somebody that you would like to.
You need to have Noah play.
Do a review or referrals. So please refer people. I want to go through a couple of fun facts before we get to the vote.
Oh, I love the fun facts.
Some things that probably not all of you know about. And if you guys need to bounce, you can totally bounce. But I hope you'll stay right because it's fun. So Bill was the 6th person in the Zoom on night 1. And he earned the opportunity to open Pandora's box if he wanted. If he did, he would have had a hidden immunity idol. But if he did that, his tribe would have had a disadvantage in the first immunity challenge, and he opted not to open Pandora's box. So he did not get the idol, didn't give his tribe a disadvantage, but they lost anyway. So he might regret that decision. Yeah.
It was not that regrettable decision. That was my one and only.
Those that finished the wood puzzle, the first round of puzzles, also earned a hidden immunity idol while they were looking for wood.
I forgot about this, where
so
he
that
goes
was
through like
Casey
all
and
the
Susan.
advantages.
Casey went out with an idol in his
So
pocket.
many. So many.
His idol when he was voted out. Susan did end up playing her idol later on, but those two earned an idol by completing that wood puzzle. Bill, when he went out to Pandora's Island, when he was removed from tribal council, also earned an advantage where he could force someone from the other tribe to sit out of a challenge. He was voted out too early to be able to use that advantage. So that was also in the game and not used.
We love Bill. We love Bill.
So when we did the tribe swap, when Casey and Rachel did the tribe swap from each tribe.
Yeah, he's from Sequester.
Yeah.
One was Donna.
He's so funny. He was talking about a show, and I was like, oh, people say I look like the actress. He was like, oh, wait, now I want to see more pictures. So he followed my Instagram. And he's like, you know Brendan? And I was like, wait, you know Brendan? And then apparently they played a bunch, and Brendan was like hyping me up to him. So I'm like, good.
Nice.
Good to know. And he's hella funny, but he's also he's like really good. So I feel that like he's also loyal. So that's
John and Rachel were the ones to see and claim the idol. So those were the two that got the idol. That's how Rachel got. There's one for each tribe, so that's how Rachel got her idol. Susan was the 6th in the Zoom. There's a theme of 6, if you didn't know this. 6th in the Zoom on episode 3, which opened Pandora's box, and she forced the tribe swap between her and Ty. So when she opened Pandora's box, she was the one that had to make a decision of who she wanted to swap with on the other tribe. So that was her and Ty that swapped there. Treemail also went to Pandora's Island right before the first re-entry. Right before the
Trey, has John been talking to you about strategy
the
for
first
this
Treemail
game?
went also to Pandora's Island.
Okay.
Header actually
Strict.
gave him a 10-second
Like broken communication because I didn't want to like give him any
as well
like hints or anything. I want to make sure he had a pure experience for his first time.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And look how he did.
Yeah, I know he did great.
So that's where that came from.
I never even.
I don't know.
Why?
Then Kayla went in the first immunity challenge. She got to go to Pandora's Island, where she correctly picked the one box that had a hidden immunity.
I love when Kristen does this.
She also
all the stuff that went on, and I'm like, oh shit.
where he got his 50-50.
It also like gives me anxiety because I'm like, there's so much I missed.
I know.
Naive.
Like, last time, like, oh, I just told everyone that I knew everything, but I really didn't.
Then episode 3.
And it worked.
I'm so surprised.
That's why whenever I recommend someone for his game,
yeah,
I'm
so,
like, there's a
Matt,
lot
Donna,
of twists
and
going on,
John,
okay? There's a lot of stuff.
So Matt and Donna from in the
I have
game.
a lot of advantages. Oh, but literally, no matter what I play, I can never find freaking anything. Like, I just don't have like the idle eye because I found idle. I'm like, there's like 4 of them. What?
Game would have had to see
One opportunity for one of them.
reads that.
Okay, I'm one of these
That is
gold.
where John got the 24-hour idol. What's really funny, now that the votes are cast, I can say this, is he was like, I think I'm going to give it to Matt. I'm going to give it to Matt. He like hemmed and hawed on it. He's like, you know what? I'm going to give it to Joe. Like out of nowhere. And I was like, oh, okay. And if there's one crazy person in this game that I think would do the 24-hour idol, it was Joe. So I was kind of excited about it. Maybe more of you would have done it, but I knew Joe would be up for it. Speaking of that, I want to show you a little example of what Joe sent me, which was his schedule of all he was making and how he was going to message me every hour. So he woke up, set alarms, put signs all over his house, and that is his schedule. Those were his signs. And he did it. He messaged me the word idol every hour.
That's so chaotic. I love it.
Lastly, tonight, so the tree mail that you received, that no one could figure out, all you had to do was at 6 o'clock tonight was message me Pandora's Island, which Matt did. He figured that out.
Let's
It
go,
was all
Matt.
about time and being at the right time, and the number 6
Hi, Travis,
was the
sorry.
only number that was really
I'm
good.
here.
Matt figured that out. Earn an advantage for someone to force their public vote like Ty did. He never used that, but he did earn that advantage. And then Joe was actually 6th in the Zoom.
Yeah.
Attention to this winner. Maybe we could play What Is That Word with them.
I know I keep paying attention to who wins, but you know we're already gonna win, so it's fine.
Big reveal.
I know.
I also love the messages I got from you guys. I wanted to share one of my favorite ones. And it was,
Well, I think we have like
this was
a
Rachel.
year and a half before that's even close to happening.
She printed them out. She was circling things.
Probably more than that.
Hilarious and wanted to share that
No, I mean, okay. Well, at least it's not like
as well.
like.
Joe.
I feel like and all those big ones go through seasons a lot slower than just.
Yeah.
He's like, don't make fun of my messy
I'm
hair.
trying to get Alicia to play.
That was
Did
great.
you mention blood versus water? I'm like, thank you, and Noah.
He also said that he wrote down every rhymed word, and then you can spell out the names of everybody that has been voted out.
He's just calling out Joe right now.
Yes. My hands to be able to figure that out, but he was going crazy.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yes. And then, but my favorite one comes from
This was the type of paranoia that I had.
where he said he took the 10th and 8th letter, alternating in each line of the poem. With 10:08 was the time it was posted, and he unscrambled the phrase "feet to a power," and then sent me a picture of his feet. And I just thought it was the funniest thing I've ever experienced in this game. And I don't remember anything, but I thought it was pretty I just want to share those some really, really funny moments. But my favorite moment is this is the video John sent me when he got his way back into the challenge. He did a little dance, and Hannah on production made a little GIF out of it. So if anybody wants a GIF for their own
Oh
person,
my gosh, Hannah, good job.
That's so
very
funny.
excited.
You know me and my
Back to the game,
gifts.
as you can tell.
Did you go to Loyola? My friend went to Loyola Marymount
Get down to
in
business.
LA.
Yeah.
Votes.
Here we go.
Okay. Once again, you want to see your name on the parchment. This is a vote for a winner. First vote, Joe. John.
Oh wow.
Joe, one vote. John.
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go.
John.
Wow.
Wow. Some polls. Some give and take.
Joe.
I think Joe takes it from here.
Joe.
Never mind.
Wow. Travis immediately proven wrong.
Joe.
Wow.
So that's 4-3.
Wow.
You got 4?
4 votes, John. 1 vote left.
Wait, this was like
Wow.
me.
4 vote. And the winner of Survivor Pandora season 6 is.
I can't.
Wow.
No way.
On your way back
We
into the
love
game.
an underdog.
Chris Underwood.
You are the winner. So,
He is Chris Underwood. Justin, press on the Zoom.
prize. You will get your face on the wall.
Aw, Joe.
Wow.
This was an amazing season. I thought last season was my favorite, and this one is my favorite. Just so many
Oh, we
twists and
look so
turns.
happy. That's so
Players.
cute.
We did some commentary at the beginning, and once again, I think I had it wrong. I didn't pick the right people I thought were going to make it to the end. They all had really, really strong.
John was on my fantasy team. I won something.
Oh my god! For once in your life, Travis, you won a fantasy.
No, I didn't win the fantasy. Don't get me wrong.
You did something.
As I said,
He
some
was
of the
just on my team.
I think all the episodes. I think episode 1 there might be some sound issues,
Oh,
but
gosh.
put all them up on a YouTube channel.
There were sound issues.
I'll upload some of my favorite confessionals. If there are any confessionals you don't want me to post, just send me a message and I won't do
Well done, John.
Yes.
That's so awesome.
that.
Wow.
I'll give him a big hug.
If you guys have any
Wow.
questions, comments, feelings, needs,
I want to know who voted for who.
it was so much fun.
For who too?
Congratulations again, John.
Thanks, guys.
Congrats, John.
Congratulations.
Sorry for everyone I pissed off tonight.
That's for original Zulon.
Who did Rachel vote for?
Who lost
We'll find
every
out.
challenge in the beginning. And so,
She voted for Joe Biden, Becca.
and it is kind of cool.
Yes.
But I think it's kind of cool in a scene like this, with the player that fights their way back in, finds a way to get to the end and to win. That's kind of a cool story, even if you agree or disagree with that edge of extinction concept. I think it's pretty cool.
We really thought Joe had won it, didn't we?
Yeah, I thought for sure.
I thought so too.
Wow.
I updated the fantasy as if Joe won.
Go get some rest. And
What'd you say, Trev?
it's so weird.
I updated the
sorry, I
fantasy draft
doubted
as if Joe had won.
Hopefully talk to you very soon. And keep
But I
your
just fixed
eyes
that.
out for invites for All Stars, Heroes versus Villains, all these future seasons that we're going to do. I'd love to have some of you come back.
Oh my gosh.
Have a great night.
Love you all.
Congrats to both.
Thanks, guys.
Yes, congrats to Joe too. Congrats, John, Joe.
Yeah, great game, John and Joe. Great game. It's fun.
Oh,
playing.
I love Donna.
Thanks, guys.
Be well.
Congrats. Have a good night, guys.
Everybody
Really
vote.
good.
Oh, God.
See y'all.
Or Hannah will come kill you.
Right.
Wait, what did he say?
Or Hannah will come kill you.
Oh, what a fantastic! That was a lovely.
Wow.
What a
So
great
what-
surprise.
Okay, so what I will say, so we kind of were talking about how Joe had the better final tribal performance. I do remember, like Joe was saying in his final tribal, and that's when I kind of stepped back, and that's when I kind of
Mm.
back. So maybe they have this. Well, not all of them. Like obviously it was a 1 vote win, but maybe there's this kind of there were points where Joe wasn't working with someone that he should have been working with.
How many rounds of the game did John miss?
1 round.
Well, 1
That's
week.
it?
1 week.
Okay, I can't scroll that. Yeah, he missed 1 week in between.
How many votes?
Yes,
Yay! Trey, your boy, he won. He did it. That is so
be really loud.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
You live next to him, right? You should show up right now.
So he's my neighbor. I'm in New Jersey right now, and he's in Texas now. So
Oh.
what the heck?
I thought he just came through the door in the background. Did anyone else think that was
That
Joe?
was
I literally thought I was gonna come in and give him a hug. And I was like, wait, no.
Oh, that's too bad. Wow. So
That's
John
awesome.
can join us for a little bit.
Who did you say?
I'm gonna see if John can join us.
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so Justin, here's the thing. We tied in fantasy, but do I get the extra point because John won?
I think you just give me the win. That's
Well,
how
you
it
won.
works.
Shut up. We already know you won. You won before tonight even started. That's
That was so funny.
Justin, we thought that. I mean, no offense to John, but we thought Joe's
Yeah.
final tribal was better.
I thought so too. When the votes were coming in, I was shocked.
Who did who? Who did who?
All right. So Brendan voted Joe. I think that was obvious.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hannah voted John, which I was a little surprised.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
Kayla didn't really get to see a lot of the tribal.
Man of the hour.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Congratulations.
Hey, guys.
Did you know that you were here, Trey?
I had no idea.
It's
Of course I didn't tell. Do you want to know what the last thing I messaged John was?
Yeah.
I said.
Hi,
wait,
John.
what did
I'm Hannah. Nice to meet
Hi,
you.
Hannah. Nice to meet you.
What'd you say? You said it's the last week tonight, and I said, "Oh yeah, keep me posted. Let me know how it goes." I know how it went. Okay, I saw it all.
That is like the biggest twist of the season, honestly.
Dude, that's awesome. Good for you.
Congrats.
Guys, I really thought it was going to be unanimous for Joe. I thought I was screwed.
So did Trey, John. So did Trey.
I mean, I thought I tanked those speeches. I did not know how to defend myself. I was like, honestly, I'd probably vote for Joe at this point because I'm doing such a bad job at defending my game.
Well,
The thing is, like, it's okay if that happens, but you just don't admit it. You know, people don't.
Yeah.
Just fake it till you make it for real.
So how do you think you pulled out the win then, John? What do you think? How do you think you did it?
Oh man. I'm thinking the perception might have been that I was making more moves than Joe. I think obviously Joe was one of my top allies this whole game next to Matt. And a lot of times Joe would get paranoid and I was kind of talking sense into him or strategizing with him or kind of pulling the strings behind the scenes. And I think him taking more of a subtle approach with talking to people might have made them think that he wasn't playing as hard as he was. Like he was mentioning in the final, he didn't want to press people who he thought wouldn't work with him, where I kind of took a different approach where I just wanted to at least pretend that I was good with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's really what it.
Yeah, I think Joe maybe just burnt more bridges a little bit more deeply than John did, right? I think we were just talking about the vote. So
Yeah,
John,
so
you got Hannah's vote, you got Kristen's vote, you got Megan's vote, you got Ty's vote, and you got Crystal's vote.
Oh damn! So Matt was pissed at me.
Crystal, you brought Crystal in, and she was like, "Thank you so much for bringing me in. Here's my vote."
Yeah,
that's pretty much how it went. Thanks for letting me talk.
And I almost didn't. I
What were
almost
you gonna
didn't bring her in. I almost brought in Bill because I found out from Megs and Rachel that Crystal was talking crap about me on the Merge tribe. So I wasn't sure how solid that relationship was. But then I thought back to Pandora's Island when she got outed on the double boot on week 3. She was so burned by Megs and Rachel, and she basically told me, if you get back into this game, stop at nothing to get them gone. So I was thinking if I did that, maybe she would respect it.
Nice.
Wow, I want to see some of these private chats going on right now.
I know. They're crazy. There's an alumni group. I don't know if you're in it, John. Are you allowed in it? Yeah, you're in it.
Am I?
Yeah, there's some
Am I?
I'm not in
alumni
it.
group.
Is it for season 6?
Yeah, season 6. Season 6.
Okay.
Oh,
We got alumni in
no,
this.
Trey, our season was a little bit too salty with each other.
Yeah, they don't love each other.
Even in the comments of Justin's posts now, everyone is so salty.
I know.
I didn't do a finale post because I was like, people are getting really angry. Like, I don't want to do a finale one.
So, John, how are you feeling from your win? Feeling good?
Sorry, I was looking back at the alumni chat. What was that?
Feeling good for your win? How's it going?
Oh, I'm feeling great.
Wait,
Honestly,
they all pretty well?
Okay, so after we were done and people were voting, I sent Joe a message and I said, "Hey, congrats, man. I think it's unanimous. You got this." And then when Justin said right before he read the votes, let me make sure I'm reading this right, I was like, oh shit, like this is not unanimous, because he would just pick up the paper and just start reading. And I was surprised that I thought maybe I would get Hannah's vote, because right at the end I gave her the information that the girls were coming after her. And I think I gained her trust that way right at the end, but we really didn't talk much this whole week. And I thought maybe I would get Crystal's vote. And other than that, I was not comfortable. So honestly, I'm just pretty shocked. Like, it feels great, but I was not expecting it. And I thought it was an uphill. I wasn't lying. I thought it was an uphill battle no matter who I sat next to coming back from Pandora's Island. I thought people would just view me as like, oh, you just got in through like a gimmick, or like this wasn't meant to be. And I thought I might have had a better chance against Hannah, but I really was trying to show that I was loyal to Joe. And that's why I picked him when I won the final immunity.
Wow.
Period. It's such a cool feeling when you really don't think you're going to win.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I was shocked also. It's cool because you sit there at first, you're like, wait. Cool.
I know. I feel like I'm like in the shock period right now. I'm like,
it's cool.
So, Justin, every season except Second Chances has been a 1 vote difference, right?
I think so, yeah. Yep.
Wow. That's exciting. I love that.
Cool. I know. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah, no, this has been so much fun. This is the first org I've ever done. I didn't even know this existed.
You'll be ruined for the rest of your life if you play any other.
Yeah. Travis made me start them, and I didn't
You can't
stop.
stop. Yeah.
Yeah, Trey was the one who told me about it. So Trey and I, we grew up together our whole lives. We're next door neighbors. Trey's older sister is my roommate here in Austin.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys that.
Oh yeah.
So I've known Trey my whole life. Like our backyards are connected back in New Jersey. And when he told me, he was like, did you know there's virtual Survivor? I was like, count me in. And then he messaged me a couple of weeks later and was like, you got to message Justin. And I was a little nervous because I feel like this is a little bit out of my comfort zone, but I kind of just ran with it. And I really got into it by the end. I was having a good time.
Wait till you do some that are like every single day you need to be involved. It's like you're in a relationship with like 8 people.
Oh god, it's the worst.
Yeah.
You get like so many good morning texts every day.
39 days. Yeah.
Oh, Becca, you should apply for Ascendance. Wink, wink.
Okay.
So don't make me play this alone, please.
Oh wait, my dad.
Okay. I want to apply for something with someone, but every time I like nudge at Hannah, she won't do it with me. Or every time I nudge at someone, they won't do it with me. Isn't Nicole on production for Ascendance?
Oh, you know Nicole, right? Yes.
I played with Nicole. I played the cute, but that was like the worst game I've ever played. And they invited me back for All Stars, and I texted him. I said,
okay,
Alex, I don't know who drew up.
We're still streaming. Like
we're still streaming.
Oh, hi everyone.
Whoever's watching this in the future, all 3 people.
Anyway,
4 hours.
You've reached the end of the stream.
Any closing thoughts, John?
Honestly, Justin, this has been so much fun, and I know there's been a lot of work on the back end. So Hannah and Justin and whoever was involved from the production side, like, thank you, because I was even going to send this before tonight started, that this has just been such a fun experience, and I might have burned some bridges tonight, so who knows if I'm going to have friends walking out, but I think me and Joe are pretty solid. Like, we've been talking all day long, basically this whole month, except for when I was on Pandora's Island, obviously. And yeah, this is so fun. Like, I hope to play again if there's ever like a returnee season or something. Like, I'm in. Like, this is awesome. I'm so excited that this is like
we're starting a Winners of War Alliance, the 3 of us right now.
Yeah, we're John. Travis and I were saying we're scouting you right now.
Turn off the stream,
guys, I'm in. Just like, don't make any side deals with Rachel and try to get.
Guys, we can't do this live. Remember what happened to Tyson and Kim? We can't do it live.
The Poker Alliance.
To be careful.
Cut this part out, Hannah.
Yeah.
It's Justin is the one-man show. This is mostly the Justin thing. So Justin puts on an amazing game. So good job.
Thank you, Justin. Honestly, this has been so much fun, and
thank you. Well, I think it's really fun because you're one of the players, and there's a bunch of them this season that like actually engage a little bit more than one might expect. Like you've sent videos every day. I know that was kind of a joke that I like made with you, but you actually did it. Like you sent a video every day. You
hungover or not.
Exactly. You tried to go after the tree mail clues. Like you played every facet of the game. And if there's one like piece of advice for you, I would have just tried to sum up the fact that you really touched every part of this game. You touched Pandora's Island. You were in the game. You got idled out. You came back into the game. You got advantages, right? You did it a little bit, but I think that was like your key, right? Was saying, I have touched every part of this game in some faction. And, I think that's, as I kind of said at the end, like that's the cool piece is that was the theme and you played within the theme brilliantly. And I think that's what gets you the win at the end of the day.
That terrible blue tribe at the very beginning.
I know. You guys are dead in the water. Dead in the water.
No, the old Zulon tribe, we were screwed. If Crystal didn't approach me and Matt to make that alliance, I probably would have been gone. Like, I got so lucky there.
That was nuts.
It would have been terrible. Honestly, I need that GIF of me like celebrating.
You.
Oh yeah. That's my mood right now. I wore the same outfit that I wore last Tuesday for some good luck.
Yes. I think that Matt has been wearing the same outfit every Tuesday as well.
Yeah. Oh man.
That's the team of Survivor.
I feel like my boss might be a little happy with me now that like I won't be strategizing all day long.
All right, I'm going to end the stream, but we can still keep talking. So for whoever made it to the end of this video, congratulations.
Thanks.